Bob, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Nice to see you, buddy.
Happy New Year's, Bob.
Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, the time is 9:02. At this time, we'll have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Nguyen, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Join me. I pledge allegiance.
For the record, today's date is January 7th, 2020. Welcome to 2020. I hope everyone had a happy New Year. For the clerk of the board, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Elliott?
Here.
And Chairman Villapudua?
Here. Okay, today's my last meeting, so I'd like to just thank everybody. I'm now going chair, so I want to thank a few people before I pass the baton to Supervisor Miller. I want to thank my chief of staff, Chris Rapay, for always working hard and coming to work every day and trying to make District 1 in the county do great work. I'd like to thank our CAO, Monica. She's so engaged, and I always call you. You're always prepared, and I want to thank you, Monica, for always being there for me. Mark Miles, thank you for always taking my calls and giving me the right legal advice. And Rochelle, can't thank Rochelle enough. She's always very responsive and has the answers to everything I have questions for. Rochelle, I can't thank you enough for being here this whole entire year. Jerry Becker, here, but I'd like to thank Jerry. He's been very helpful also. And Chris Balaji, I don't know if he's out there, but I just want to thank Chris for always taking care of all the roads out there in the county. I call him, he makes me look really good in our district, and I really appreciate that. I want to thank my vice chair, Supervisor Patty. Guys, not only my vice chair, he's one of my best friends, and Tom, I think you've done a great job. You faced a lot of adversity this year, but you know what? You've been very classy. You've done a great job in making our county look good. So I want to thank you for being there for me and my vice chair. I do have some prepared speech I'd like to say. First of all, I thank my fellow board members for their exceptional work over the past year. We've gotten a substantial amount of work done this year, and all for the people, the 750,000 people for this county. They call it home, and we thank all the work and all the business and all the schools that attend this county. So much of our good work is guided by each of our county departments. Our CAO, Monica Neener, and our outstanding team who go above and beyond to serve the residents of San Joaquin County. I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to all the support you've provided me and this entire board. I want to thank a couple minutes to reflect on the incredible work we've accomplished this past year. While these highlights are just a snapshot, they illustrate what we're capable of through hard work and collaboration. We've made great progress to address homelessness, including the hundreds of San Joaquin County employees, volunteers, and local organizations who joined together to collect data for the San Joaquin continuum of care in time of sheltered and unsheltered homeless individuals. We're also making great strides in providing enhanced services in dozens of housing units to homeless individuals, especially veterans and those living with mental illness, substance abuse. In addition, the board adopted a life-changing policy to end homelessness for veterans by 2025. I'm proud of the effort that we're making trying to keep San Joaquin County a clean, safe, and beautiful place to live. It started with the concept that Supervisor Nguyen brought to the board and was approved by the end of 2018, which I had the privilege of help launch during my time as chair. The Adopt a Road program in March, and then the Clean San Joaquin program in November. To date, 1.5 tons of trash has been removed through the Adopt a Road program alone. In the first district, we had 7 free dumpster days, where 75 tons of trash were collected. Over 230 volunteers planted over 200 trees, planted fire hydrants, fixed fences, picked up trash. In our Beautiful Yards contest, we had over 300 winners in our first district. We helped 90 elderly, disabled, and military veterans, providing free cleanups and free hauling, compliments of the Greater Valley Conservation Corps. I also want to recognize Supervisor Patty for his personal efforts in cleaning our waterways. Along with a group of other stakeholders from this district, they spent days on the Smith Canal removing an astonishing 32 tons of junk and garbage. I believe efforts like this and programs will provide profound benefits in our communities, business, and overall environment for decades to come. At the close of my time as chair, 2 major construction projects came to fruition. The new 45-foot bed, 35,000 square foot acute care wing at the San Joaquin General Hospital will provide 25 neonatal ICU beds for newborns who need intensive medical attention and provide 20 rooms for medical and surgical patients. In addition, we are very excited to announce the groundbreaking of the Veterans Administration community-based outpatient clinic. The 158,000 square foot clinic is scheduled to be completed in 2 to 3 years and will offer local veterans primary care, mental health, and physical therapy. The state-of-the-art spaces for patient education, training, and expanded healthcare services. We have Supervisor Elliott to thank for his dedication and the passion to get this much-needed 15-year effort off the ground. I'd like to conclude this expressing my deep gratitude for the work we concluded together as a board of this past year to enhance the health of San Joaquin County residents, the business community, and our environment. I look forward to another successful 2020 by tackling the wide range of issues we have before us. I have the utmost confidence in Supervisor Miller. She's going to do a wonderful job for us. And at that time, I'd like to conclude this and had a wonderful time being the chair. And again, thank this board and all my friends and family for making it a successful year. At this time, I'd like to...
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
As the Vice Chair, just real quick before we move on to the next order of business, which we're looking forward to. And I know we've already given you a plaque, and all the supervisors have weighed in with accommodations and appreciation. I just want to also... as your speech highlights the many accomplishments that this board and each individual supervisor has taken to task, efforts to improve San Joaquin County under our stewardship. And your leadership has been solid and steady. As our chairman, I want to recognize and appreciate that. Also, for clarity, by the way, you mentioned Chris Bellaggi. He is here, but he was selling entrance tickets for $10. I think he might be in the building now that everybody's in, but he's not missed your speech, and we all appreciate his effort, but especially your effort, the Clean Up San Joaquin that Supervisor Wynn has championed, and you and he worked together, but you're an example of what we could do by getting involved in the community, and you made District 1 an incredibly strong impact in your engagement. So you've been an example for me. It's been a pleasure being your vice chair. And this year has been a fantastic year. All supervisors have been highly engaged in this community, serving and working with and for you. And it's been our honor and pleasure, and it's been my pleasure to be your vice chair. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to have a vote for reorganization. And would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion since I'm speaking already.
Okay.
I make a motion for Supervisor Miller, District 2, to be chairman.
Vice Chair. We got a first and a second?
Second.
We have a vote, please.
That'd be a voice vote, Chairman.
Okay. Okay. Be all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? I see none. The motion carries 5-0. Congratulations, Supervisor Miller.
Very much. Well, I think first order of business would be to accept a motion for vice chair. We have someone who would like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion to accept Supervisor Patty as the vice chair.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Congratulations. Well, thank you, and Happy New Year, everybody. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues for the honor of leading this board in 2020, kicking off a new decade for us. It's a responsibility that I take seriously, and I look forward to working with each one of you in the coming year. I'd also like to express my deep appreciation for our county staff and the work that we do together on behalf of San Joaquin County residents. And to the residents, I want to say thank you for your partnership. Many of our residents volunteer to serve on county boards and commissions, giving their time and expertise to enable our local county government to deliver services in the most efficient, responsive, and cost-effective way. You can count on this board to keep your interests front and center, to problem solve on your behalf, and to provide assistance in resolving the issues to improve quality of life for all of our residents here in San Joaquin County. On behalf of this board and the county organization, I pledge again that the business of the public will continue to be conducted publicly, honestly, and transparently. We are always striving to improve not just the outcomes, but the way we achieve them. And the public's input is always welcome. We have a lot of work to take on in 2020. Homelessness is going to remain a top priority for this board, and I have recommended adding a second supervisor to represent the county on the continuum of care to continue the momentum that was generated at the end of 2019 through the winter shelter effort. The governor is moving forward on a water resiliency portfolio framework for a statewide water plan, and it is essential that we make sure that San Joaquin County and the Delta are not sacrificed in that effort. And of course, there is always increasing economic vitality, enhancing our airport operations, investing in critical transportation infrastructure, and continuing to create innovative programs to deliver services to our most vulnerable population. There's a lot to do. And I know I speak for the entire board when I say that we're very fortunate to have such an experienced and dedicated county team to help us meet the challenges. So again, thank you all for the opportunity, and I look forward to working together in 2020. And now I'd like to invite the board down. We're going to have our board picture in the well. Well, you can, but Tim is waiting and he's pointing. I'm going to ask the clerk of the board to read our first proclamation for today.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could please have Tony Yadon, the Executive Director of Parents by Choice, come down to the podium to receive the proclamation. And also Tony Vartan, our Director of Behavioral Health Services, Frances Hutchins, Assistant Director, Genevieve Valentine, Deputy Director for Children and Youth Services, and Courtney Flores, Chief Mental Health Clinician, as I read the proclamation. Whereas raising children and youth in California to become healthy, confident, capable individuals is the most important job parents and caregivers have. And whereas the quality of parenting or caregiving starting prenatally is one of the most powerful predictors of children's future social, emotional, and physical health. And whereas positive parenting is a protective factor that eliminates risk, strengthens family relationships, increases parents' confidence, and promotes healthy development and well-being of children and families. And whereas positive parenting can prevent or mitigate the effects of adverse childhood experiences such as child abuse, neglect, and other traumatic events that can create dangerous levels of stress and impair lifelong health and well-being. And whereas families in San Joaquin County come in many forms, with children who are raised by parents, grandparents, foster parents, family members, and other caregivers. And whereas families can benefit from a toolkit of proven strategies and receive support from various positive parenting programs in San Joaquin County, thanks to local partnerships such as between local government, nonprofit organizations, health and human service providers, schools, libraries, higher education institutions, and child welfare agencies. And whereas every individual community group, business, public, and nonprofit agency in San Joaquin County has a role to play in raising awareness of the importance of positive parenting and supporting the health and well-being of children and families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of January 2020 as Positive Parenting Awareness Month, presented this 7th day of January 2020.
Would you like to make a few comments?
Thank you. I want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors, especially to Supervisor Patty, for allowing this to be on the agenda this morning. I think it's wonderful to highlight the wonderful work that's going on in our county by agencies such as Behavioral Health, Human Services Agency, the San Joaquin County Office of Education, and nonprofits like Parents by Choice. So thank you. Thank you for this moment. All around the United States today, cities, counties, state governments are recognizing this as being Positive Parenting Month, as we acknowledge that there are many needs in our communities, and it begins in the home, and it begins with parenting, it begins with our next generation, our children. So I want to say thank you to San Joaquin County for your vision in investing in the lives of parents. 2012, our agency began doing positive parenting work through funding with behavioral health services, and we started small. We were able to serve 120 families that first year through this program, and this year with the growth of funding and the growth of the program, we're going to be able to serve nearly 1,000 parents through this positive parenting program. So I want to say thank you. Also, I want to acknowledge not only the behavioral health staff that is here and their support and their partnership that has made this possible, but also Kathy Long is here from the San Joaquin County Office of Education. I want to acknowledge her. Then Stephanie McDonald from Human Services Agency wasn't able to be here this morning, but I want to acknowledge their partnership as well. And then finally, our wonderful staff at Parents by Choice who do the work with families every day. I wonder if I could have them stand and be recognized as well. All the Parents by Choice staff, thank you for your work that you do with parents every day. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Madam Chair, congratulations on the seat. I'd like also to take this opportunity to thank the board for the vision and for the support of the behavioral health services and services to our children and parents in our community. Positive parenting is really focused on developing a strong and deep commitment to relationship with parents and children, and it really does work. It provides a focus to make sure that positive discipline is internalized, and children are really building positive ways to interact with the parents and parents with the children. It builds a relationship that lasts for the parents and children, but also creates better parents in the future. So I'd like to really thank Tony Yoden and Parents by Choice for their partnership with Behavioral Health Services through the contract, and appreciate the work that they're doing in our community. And thank you for the recognition.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. Frances Hutchins, Assistant Behavioral Health Director. I just want to point out that this successful program has been funded for many years via the Mental Health Services Act. and the plan that you review and approve every year. So this is part of that funding. Thank you.
Thank you. And we want to thank all of you for the tremendous work that you do in our communities throughout San Joaquin County. You serve our youngest residents, and you help set a framework that enables them to achieve as many opportunities as life puts before them. And it's such important work. We're very grateful for the partnership. So I'm going to turn to my fellow board members and for a few comments.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to say, you know what, it's great teamwork, what you guys are doing for the families and the children of our community. And I want to say keep up the good work and appreciate everything you do for our county.
I'd also like to say, Mr. Yaden, Tony, as I know you, I'm completely amazed and impressed by, I've had the chance to attend fundraisers for the Parents by Choice and to meet those and some that are here that affect lives of children and help them develop and welcome them and give them a home. And it lasts for, I mean, honestly, it was decades. There's some people that brought these kids into their lives, and they are their support network. And the importance, and I want to really recognize every one of you here and everybody in your organization. Not only is that each individual child, and it's not just dozens, not hundreds, but thousands of lives are impacted, and the perpetuity of it. Your dedication, working for Lincoln Unified School Board, and volunteering your time, and the Parents by Choice, and this positive parenting. All of this has a tremendous impact, and in working in conjunction with our departments and the facilitating, making that impact, that positive impact, so vitally important for our residents here in San Joaquin County. So it's honored for us to have you here today and give you a little bit of recognition. But the real recognition is every day out there, those kids whose lives you guys impact. They are the ones that you guys are really working for and saving and helping. And I truly, I know we collectively all appreciate what you do. So thank you.
I would say that the county and the Board of Supervisors deal with a multitude of programs across the board, from agriculture to transportation to just any number of things. But I don't think you'll find any element that's more critical than our children, because no matter what you do and talk about, they are inheriting what we have created. And by virtue of your actions and help in regards to parenting, you prepare the next generation to take over our positions, et cetera. And I think this is the important aspect of it, is oftentimes we lose sight of the fact that parents are really the key to the future. Unfortunately, over the years, there's been a trend to give more and more responsibility to our schools and training, et cetera. But you can't replace a parent, especially who is at home helping their student or their child to do their homework, learn values and attitudes, et cetera. So I want to congratulate you for what you do. You have a tremendous impact upon our county and our future. So thank you again, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. We all recognize that one of the most important and impactful roles that any of us play is the role of parenting of the youth who are coming behind us. So I just want to thank you for all the great work that you're doing to promote that effort, promote that positive effort. Keep up the good work.
Okay. Supervisor Wynn?
Yeah, I'd like to make a brief comment before we get into our agenda. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Laputa as chair and for his leadership and certainly his vision and certainly all the work that he's created in District 1, and Chris Rupe, his chief of staff. The outstanding job and really been a model for the rest of us in the county. The other part of it is I know that as we all look at becoming chair, you're a little bit concerned or anxious about, how it's going to work out because of additional responsibility, et cetera. And I've seen you take that on, and I've seen you grow in this position. So I want to thank you. Sustainability and social responsibility. Champion social responsibility and sustainability practices in supply management. Could you amplify on that? Because I'm really not sure what that entails.
Am I on? Okay, good. Chairman, board, this is my first time coming up. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come up and speak. This whole ethics policy is to try to improve our transparency with the public and to go through and let our constituents know exactly where we stand and how we go through to procure things. When you look at the social responsibility and sustainability, we already have green products that we purchase through our office supplies, and we're looking to try to expand that. We're going to be looking to try to move things into possibly construction and different areas as well. There's a mandate that's going to be coming up here in the next year or two where we have to go through and have green initiatives in a lot of different areas, and hopefully we can go through and champion that.
So essentially what you're saying is this covers environmental issues, green issues, et cetera. I guess my question is, because when you talk about social, there's usually a human impact on that. But what you're saying is essentially it's in the procurement of products that would be sustainable, certainly environmentally friendly, and energy efficient. Is that essentially what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Certain percentage post-consumer, different things to help improve our waste stream, like within our surplus, to ensure that nothing goes to landfills. Trying to go through and, as far as the social aspect is concerned, trying to go through and support all of our departments as they go through and support our constituents, and trying to help them with all their different projects and everything that they're working to try to help bring value and be a good social, responsible organization, and trying to help as much as we possibly can. I'm extremely nervous. I apologize.
No reason to be nervous. You're doing a great job.
Supervisor Nguyen, the social piece also, as this board is well aware in our past, when we have salvaged equipment, we've been able to help some of our nonprofits out in the community, so we will continue in that fashion, and so that's part of the social responsibility also. Where our goal is to do more of that, especially when we're taking equipment, supplies to salvage in that regard, to check with our nonprofit community to see if we can assist them in that regard before they go to sale or to auction. We cascade everything, so we go through and we offer it first internally to other departments within the county, then we go through and offer it to, like she said, to veterans and to other organizations, and as a last means we'll go through and recycle. But we try to get the maximum value out of whatever we purchase.
Well, I appreciate that, because obviously in staff report it doesn't talk about that in much detail. I would say, one of the concerns I have is oftentimes when we go green, it sometimes increases the cost of those particular items. I think the taxpayers, contribute enough to the county and other governmental agencies. So I'm all for, sustainability as far as making sure that we protect what we currently have. But on the other side of it, I don't necessarily want to get too far afield and spend maybe, 150% or 200% of what it would normally cost if you went to another vendor. But anyway, I appreciate that, and that clarifies and certainly answers my question.
That's a perfectly valid point, and as we go through and search for items that are green, we're also looking for, it's part of that green economy where people are trying to go through and offer more goods and services that are green, and they're helping to bring down the pricing and improve the quality of those items. And that's where it's going to be our job to go through and start looking for those opportunities to save money, go green, and then try to pull those into our business here with the county.
Great. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
On to item number 13, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning and Happy New Year's.
Good morning, sir.
I had a question for you on this. I know this was a slight expansion of a current program, just increasing funding by an additional $85,776. I read through all the pages, and it might very well be there, but I may have overlooked. I may not be able to find it. How many people is this serving, and at what capacity? And I know that we've had conversation in the past. When we have a roughly $10 million budget here annually, it looks like. Is this moving towards a full-time detox center? Is this short-term? And what's the plans for a long-term detox program?
Good morning. Thank you. The SAPT block grant is the funding that is usually used for any type of a non-covered service by Medi-Cal. And since 26 counties got into Medi-Cal, substance abuse Medi-Cal, including our county, a lot of the services that we provide that are Medi-Cal billable go through the Medi-Cal funding, and the SAPT funding is usually used for any type of service that is not covered. This particular funding we do use for our recovery house, the treatment portion, or any kind of a non-covered placements that we do at sobering centers where they're not covered by Medi-Cal or they're not Medi-Cal providers. We utilize this portion of funding. Now, building our DMC ODS system, we're still building the spectrum of that delivery system. And your question was as far as building withdrawal centers. So we do have one program in partnership with community medical centers that we do some withdrawals there, and we also have a couple of withdrawal beds at our recovery house that we utilize those. And then if there are complicated withdrawal cases, there is also a component at San Joaquin General that is done under the medical model.
Understood. As we're dealing with, we've talked about, and we are prioritizing dealing with our local homeless population, people that are addicted to drugs and living in challenging circumstances. I know that Officer Mike Kelly in Manteca was telling me he has to take people over to the Bay Area to a full-time clinic. Do we have plans to expand what our capacities and the extent of what we offer when it comes to detox and programs that can help some of these at-risk individuals that we find throughout our community?
Yes, actually, and we're talking to expand also the existing program that in partnership with community medical centers to be able to expand more capacity on the withdrawal.
What's the timeline when something like that might be coming? And is this part of that funding would be used for that?
Well, no, because again, DMC ODS will provide withdrawal management coverage. So the Medi-Cal actually will pay for the withdrawal management level of care. This is really anything that falls out of non-covered Medi-Cal, the SAPT block grant.
Got it. And what is our plan for doing a full-time, more extensive detox program?
We are basically looking at providers that would be able to provide that. And we've had RFPs in the past that we haven't had response to, and we actually had recent discussions with this state when they came to do our last audit. And so we're working on now looking at re-evaluating the rates for these types of services. I think that if we can reevaluate the rates and set our own rates, because under the DMC ODS, the counties can set their own rates, whereas in the Medi-Cal, on the mental health side, the state sets the rates. So we're going to readjust the rates to be able to attract providers to expand that service through a second providers.
Okay. Is there a timeline of when that might be happening? And again, just because this board is focused on helping, and the community is asking us to get involved with this, the homeless and those that are they are addicted to drugs and they need help.
Absolutely. So we did have, this is a recent development that came through our audit in November with the state and our discussions with them. And so we're back at the new year. We're going to work this month and next month to see how we can readjust the rates and then hopefully put out another RFP by end of February or beginning of March.
So do you think in the near future we can have a location that people could be brought to? That would be a...
If we can get a provider who can provide that service through the RFP process, as you know, that the RFP process will take a few months to do and then bring the contract to the board and all that. So our goal is to establish a service as soon as we can and expand, given any kind of challenges that we may face. But that's one of our top priorities as well.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And Supervisor Patty, if I could expand, we need a variety of additional beds within this continuum, specifically the inpatient and the hospital bed as well as the outpatient medical model. Tony was mentioning we did not get respondents for an outpatient medical model, but by us working with the state and increasing our rates, hopefully that will attract another provider to provide an outpatient medical model. Tony did mention we have 2 beds that we have access to at the general hospital, but those are generally for individuals with a co-occurring medical condition for an inpatient admission. So when you mentioned Sergeant Kelly out of Manteca, those are primarily individuals that don't have a medical condition that have made a life change to want to enter detox. That's where we're working to stand up that RFP to have a community provider provide that services within our community, but that will take a little bit of time to develop.
Excellent. And we look forward to it. I know that was an effort you guys had talked about several months ago, and that I know it's an ongoing pursuit, and I appreciate that. I just kind of want to get an update because we do have at-risk individuals that need that right here in San Joaquin County. So I appreciate the continued efforts, and please keep me apprised. And of course, this board will be there, anxiously waiting and support whatever is needed.
And I think that the need that exists across California, and because now the counties are able to really fund these types of services, there's a greater need than there's a supply. So we're all collectively also having discussions in Sacramento through Behavioral Health Directors Associations to see how else we can expand the opportunities and service providers.
Okay, thank you very much.
And in that vein, you also pulled item number 16, which will address some of our capacity issues and what we're trying to build with substance use.
Okay, thank you for the update. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions on this one? Okay, item number 14, Supervisor Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, obviously, it's a large amount, $15 million for 6 months of coverage. And I guess, it goes back to the state of California, and it talks about Department of Healthcare Services mandating capacity standards in regards to, I assume, a ratio between patients and staff. I sometimes am concerned that governmental agencies at the state and federal level use these formulas as a basis for dictating to county or maybe sometimes municipal governments, but mostly county governments, that you would staff at particular levels without maybe understanding the reality of the situation. I know in the medical care arena, we are challenged in regards to recruiting healthcare professionals because we're competing with the Bay Area, et cetera. And we're also within our own county competing with some private entities, which obviously maybe provide better salary and benefits. So I guess my question is one, this $15 million, which is to I guess, satisfy a criticism or some type of inadequacy. We'll cover that for the next 6 months, and it talks about continuing. The one thing that we've talked about in the past, and primarily with the hospital, general hospital, is in providing temporary staff as opposed to hiring more. And I guess my question is, do we have a long-term plan to resolve this issue, especially in regards to recruiting and hiring additional staff so we don't need to go outside? And I also understand there's probably always a need for temporary because of the fluctuations of individuals that we're treating. But I guess on the other side of it, I would hope that we're moving forward in regards to increasing our staff, our permanent staff, to meet those levels. And then if we get little fluctuations, that we can then do the temporary hiring. So I guess my question is, do we have a plan? And if so, what are we working towards? Because I know that Mr. Dieterich has worked with Health Force Partners in regards to, their programs of working with our 3 colleges to ensure that their programs are turning out graduates who we can then attract into our county. So in addition to that, what else are we doing to, over a period of time, maybe address this issue as opposed to, spending, and I'm not sure we spend the whole $15 million, but $15 million is a lot of money for a 6-month program. So anyway, just a clarification as to what our future strategy is.
Well, Supervisor Nguyen, we definitely like to hire staff rather than have temporary staff, and that is our long-term goal in working with our labor partners to get to a compensation that will make us the employer of choice. That's something we want to do long-term. It also benefits our consumers to have that continuity with that provider base. I'm glad you also mentioned Health Force Partners and the expansion there with the training programs, but also within county, the hospital, behavioral health, public health, having additional outpatient rotations for the proctorship of these students. This item before you today is expensive. It is a direct response to a corrective action plan needed by the state. Our response was accepted by the state. It is kind of a condition on this item here. And this basically allows us to demonstrate to the state that we have a capacity to draw down providers if needed. One of our concerns is, and County Council could expand on this, we are looking at the regulations that have been promulgated by the State Department of Healthcare Services and are pushing back. We believe that the time and distance and access to appointments are valid, but not an artificial number of providers to client. That ratio is not in the federal regulation. But this allows us to get beyond that corrective action plan and hopefully work with our labor partners in the CEO's office and the board on an ability to attract and retain more providers. And this is across a broad spectrum. This is our licensed staff as well as our unlicensed staff. So this will give us the corrective action coverage for that approximately 200 providers. But our goal over the next 6 months, if not over the next couple of years, is to onboard employees as well as expand our contracted base with our CBOs.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think one of the things that I've seen with our colleges, for example, I'll use UOP as an example, in their School of Pharmacy, every graduate has a job when they graduate, period. We have openings that are available, and you did mention Health Force Partners, and I know what their goal is. It would seem to me that we would have the same ability then recruit those graduates directly into a job, whereas probably only about 17% of college graduates actually get a job in the field that they studied in. So this is, I think, a great benefit and opportunity for the county and certainly for the service to our residents to meet those needs over a period of time. Anyway, I appreciate your efforts, and I look forward to, as we progress, being updated on how we're doing.
Yeah, and also with reference to the second part of your question, I'd like to also add that internally we have been doing reassessment of our departments and how the delivery of service is being provided. And the trends tend to change when you're doing service delivery. And I recall, having been 30 years in this business, we had specialists, and then it became, delivery became generalists, and then now that generalist model really has caused shortages of specialists clinically. So we're looking at, do we need to revisit that specialist component, whereas Currently, if we have mental health clinicians providing case management and clinical services, should we break that apart and have case managers who are actually able to provide a service without a master's degree to the case manager component, and then use more of the clinician times for actual clinical time. So we have been doing a lot of revisiting of that to right-size the organization and better fit the service delivery model. So that's something that we've been working on over the past 4 months within our divisions. So we've gone through our adult division and we've looked at that, and now we're kind of looking at how we're going to right size and make that shift, and we'll be doing the same thing other divisions within the BHS to kind of minimize some of that pressure that we're feeling with shortage of clinicians in the region. And I think that's probably what type of shift will occur across California because of the shortage. We're also working with the universities. We have interns from California State University, master's programs that come in during their last year, and we actually now focusing on the last year interns to ensure that once they're done, we can just offer them a job or get them to apply for the positions. That way we don't lose them, whereas in the past we were getting any kind of intern. Well, once they go for their second year, whoever gets them second year usually gets the opportunity to hire them. So we've got some strategies that hopefully will shift and will help us decrease some of these openings as well.
Well, I appreciate that. And as Supervisor Patty alluded to in regards to our mental health issues, certainly with the homeless, et cetera, it isn't like you can do one thing over here and something over here. It's across the board, and I think what you're doing there is of benefit to the entire spectrum in regards to what obviously behavioral health services is trying to do. So, again, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to just add, I'd like to thank Tony for standing up the BHS Leadership Academy and really wanting to promote and advance the skills in the department, creating a career ladder. And he mentioned basically having the staff working up to their licensed staff capacity. We should have some opportunities with the Mental Health Services Act, a bucket of money there called the Workforce Education and Training that will allow us to hopefully provide some stipends and work with county HR on an opportunity where there's a potential for individuals that want to continue on to get a master's. How can we work with them as a full-time employee to help them get there and increase the number of licensed staff we have?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate all that you're doing. It's difficult for the public to grasp the magnitude of this issue. When you look at this one item for 6 months, and it's $15 million, it illustrates what a huge issue this is and the tremendous costs involved. So I really appreciate you looking at, it's not just a matter of bringing on a whole bunch of clinicians. It's a matter of right-sizing the organization to make sure you've got the right people delivering the right services and you have the right number of those people in the right places. It's very complicated, and I really appreciate you looking at building the career ladders, partnering with our local educational community to help build, kind of grow our own here in San Joaquin County. There is a tremendous and looming need in this state for folks in the healthcare industry at all levels. We have a very aging population, and we also have this homelessness and mental health crisis going on at the same time. And so that puts even more stress on the system. So I really appreciate you taking this kind of holistic look at this to make sure that we're using our taxpayers' dollars in the most efficient way that we can and delivering the highest quality of services to the people that need them. So thank you very much. It was a great explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you for pulling the item. On to item number 16, Supervisor Elliott, this one's yours.
Thank you, Chair. So continuing right along with behavioral health services here, I just wanted to say congratulations on landing this grant to help provide for a 16-bed mental health residential treatment facility, something that has been needed for many years. So I'm glad to see that this is going to come to fruition. Please give a little more background on just how this ties into the overall provision of care in this area, and how long will those who are receiving this treatment be able to stay in this residential facility?
So we were looking at current services that are provided and the need for those who are at risk of incarceration with the homeless population or our legal partners, and those individuals who have dual diagnosis of mental illness as well as a substance abuse, but also they are justice related. And we felt that there was a gap with that population, the delivery service to that population, because currently we tend to mix everyone at the same location. And from a programming standpoint and from a capacity standpoint, there was a challenge. When we saw this grant coming up, we decided to be a little creative and see how we could get our hands on the money. And we were able to actually kind of change the angle and talk about a module for the project. And when we put in our information in there and it was accepted, it gave us the ability to build a 16-bed capacity. So what this will do is this we'll build a 16-bed for males on the campus in our French camp location close to our existing recovery house. This will provide specialized services for those who are at risk of incarcerations or coming out who do have dual diagnosis of mental illness and substance abuse as well. And what we foresee is that the length of stay in this facility will be longer than our existing recovery house, just because of the complexity that this population has with the three-prong issues that they have challenges with. And so we see the individuals stay anywhere from, depending on the case, up to 6 months into this facility if needed. And during the treatment, basically what will happen is that not only they're receiving the clinical treatment, they're also receiving skills as well as we're wrapping around services to ensure their success outside in the community. And I actually have good news that we actually threw our hat in for a second grant with the same entity as well. So recently, as we're hoping to hear back, if we are successful with that grant, our plan would be to stand up a second facility of 16-bed for females on the same location. So we're keeping our fingers crossed if we can get that second grant. So we'll let you know soon.
Great. Well, I really appreciate the continued focus and the efforts in this regard because it plays right along with solving some of the homelessness issues, some of the issues that will be addressed in a treatment facility like this are some of the issues that are associated with much of our homelessness or homeless population. So thank you for your continued efforts.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just along the note, for a little clarity, how would we, as San Joaquin County, serve those people that you're finding with multiple issues need to be addressed at the facility? Where would that clientele come from?
So those are some of the existing clients that we serve and individuals that are within our community. So through our justice partnership programs that we have, such as LEAD program, which is a partnership with the DA's office and the Stockton Police Department and Public Defender's Office and the VHS, we currently see some of those cases that do end up into our treatment facilities, such as Recovery House or in the behavioral health, mental health inpatient system. And those tend to be the best resort of treatment locations, or we would move them into one location for portion and then to the other for other portion of the service. This facility will actually wrap all the services around in one location. So to answer your question, it would be similar population that we're serving currently and members of our community here, and some of those who would otherwise potentially end up in our county jail that we would be able to, prevent them from going into the system and actually engage them into service sooner.
So the only way to come into that facility would be through the judicial system, or is there something that could be done preemptively that you recognize there's a person with multiple issues and we can offer them services before they create harm and issues in the community?
So the goal is prevention. So the goal is prevent people from decompensating so much that they will commit a crime again, or decompensating so much that they will go out and become homeless, given their other two other component of concerns that they're dealing with. So definitely is prevention, but we foresee that the source of entry would be not only our assessments that we do in the community and in the field, through the lead, as well as our mobile assessment teams, but also it could be those from court referrals that are coming out right now, that someone may have been booked and they go to the court, and so there would be court referrals. But definitely our ongoing effort has been and will be to do prevention and do pre-booking interventions as much as we can.
Excellent. I know you've got Mr. Buettner that's out there on a daily basis engaging. So if he saw somebody out in the field, as you say, he could say this is a candidate and we can get him into some of those wraparound services.
Yeah, so generally when an individual is identified, they do receive an assessment to make sure the level of services that they need, and from that assessment or triage, they are directly sent to the location and to the service that they will need, and this will be the same.
Perfect, I love it.
And I just add, when Tony mentioned an assessment, this is part of our drug medical organized delivery system. So the assessment's part of the American Society of Addiction Medicine, and that assessment determines if they need outpatient, intensive outpatient, or residential. So it's really a requirement that they be screened into this type of service.
Understood. And let's just walk me through a typical scenario. And I know that each individual assessment is maybe not typical, but somebody will come in there for an average of 2 weeks, 2 months, 18 months. What would be a norm in a program like this?
From a timeline?
Yes.
Again, I think it depends on the intensity of the service that they need. If they have the comorbid problem with mental illness and substance abuse, the team would look at ensuring stabilizing the mental health condition and also working on the substance abuse issue. But then within that program, again, because of involvement with justice, we're looking at how we can prevent the individual from going out there and engaging in the behavior. So again, if it's a three-pronged complicated case, it could stay long, and if it's a simpler case and we can stabilize them, the plan would be, let's say that we have a case that it's a first offender, low crime, that we work with lead or the DA's office, and we put them in the treatment, and that individual is stabilized and we see that they're progressing well. We can easily then, after a short stay into this facility, move them to, let's say, our other project, which is our progressive housing, for example, and put them at our progressive housing levels where different type of services wrapped around them to ensure their success and to ensure that they're gaining also some work skills to become and work themselves up to our level 4 in the progressive housing, which will be independent living and potentially doing some work or gaining some sort of employment.
Okay, so do you have a high and a low, like somebody's there for 2 months and somebody's up there for 16 months, or what's the spectrum?
Yeah, I think probably low could be a month, high could be 6, 7 months, 8 months. again, I think we're going to have to deal with it on a case-by-case basis, and each individual will have their own treatment plan catered specifically for them in order to ensure that that individual is successful.
Absolutely.
I'll just echo, it is an individualized treatment plan, but this is a Medi-Cal benefit, so not only do they have to be assessed, we want somebody that really wants to make that life change because it's a Medi-Cal benefit. They have 2 entries into the system per year, so if they come in and are mandated and leave after 2 days, they only have 1 more stint to go in. So we really need somebody that really wants to make that life change, because if they come in and blow it twice in a year and walk away, we cannot readmit them as a Medi-Cal benefit within that 365 days.
Got it. Okay.
And once we engage them, though, it would be important to continue, motivating them to stay engaged with the treatment, not to burn the second stay that would limit them. So
Understood. Well, it's San Joaquin County will be well served when we have this. What's the timeline of when it'll be fully functional?
So following this, then we've already engaged with our General Services Department, and they will be working with us on the project. And we're looking at end of 21. End of 21.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have one more. Supervisor Elliott?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up with some clarification here on how a person gets into this facility. So is it a requirement or a prerequisite to be referred there that they have some involvement with the criminal justice system?
So it would be one of the qualifiers. They would, either they are at risk or they are actually involved. So if it could be either or. At risk is because of the fact that we want to do preventative work as well.
All right, and then how are these at-risk individuals identified for this program?
So the at-risk individual would be individuals who may be identified through our LEAD project, which is our Stockton Police Department and our behavioral health staff working in the downtown corridor, engaging individuals in the community. So some of those cases that they're working with are the high-risk individuals that, if they don't maintain contact with them, they would be potential to, getting more tickets and building up more and more tickets where, it becomes, it turns into some sort of arrest at some point. So those would be high-risk types of individuals.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much. That is the last item I have for pulling, so if there are no other questions, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
We'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, please cast your votes.
You can make motions.
And the consent calendar is approved 5-0. Thank you. Good discussion. Okay, on to our scheduled morning public hearing. We are going to hold a public hearing regarding the appeal by the San Joaquin Farm Bureau Federation of the Planning Commission's approval of the 2018 Forward Landfill Expansion Project, number PA 1800090, and the certification of the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, number PA 0800105. Staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David Kwong, your Community Development Director. With me is John Funderburg, the Principal Planner, and also will be making the main presentation. After we go through a recap of the project itself and the appeal in terms of the process and how we got to the board today, we will also have, besides us, a number of management staff from the COG, or Airport Land Use Commission, the airport department itself, as well as our environmental health department, who will also be able to help assist in responding to any questions. And so with that, I'm going to defer it to John. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to acknowledge the Cassetti Environmental Consulting Team for working with the Community Development Department and preparing a supplemental EIR. And the team is sitting over there. I want to say thank you, Richard, Mike, Paul, and Peng. I couldn't have done it without them. This was a lot of work. Also, as David has alluded to, the project applicant, Forward Landfill, and the appellant, Farm Bureau, will be making presentations, and additional county staff is here to answer questions for you today. To begin, this item was originally scheduled to be heard at the August 29, 2019 board hearing, but a request for a continuance was requested by the applicant's respondent, attorney Mike Hakem. The basis of the request for the continuance was for sufficient time to review and obtain more information based on an August 22nd, 2019 letter received from the FAA, Brian Armstrong. This letter and staff responses to this letter will be discussed during this presentation. Background. This application is an appeal by the San Joaquin Farm Bureau Federation of the Planning Commission's approval of the 2018 Forward Landfill Expansion Project and certification of the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report. The project consists of an infill expansion of 17.3 acres within the boundaries of the existing Forward Landfill. The project area is not under a Williamson Act contract and will not include landfilling operations onto the adjacent 184-acre parcel previously proposed in 2012. The proposed project will not increase the intensity of litter impacts, level of daily disposal, or daily number of truck trips. The project site has a general plan designation of AG, General Agriculture, and a zoning designation of AG 40, General Agricultural 40-acre minimum. The project site is located 2 miles south of Arch Road, and surrounding land uses to the west, south, east of the landfill consist of agricultural and scattered residences. To the north is the Northern California Youth Correctional Center. The Burlington Northern Santa Fe Intermodal Facility is located approximately 1 mile northeast of the site. The nearest runway of the Stockton Metropolitan Airport is approximately 1 mile west of the existing Forward Landfill. This slide shows the site plan map and the proposed expansion areas of 8.7 acres in the northeast corner and of the site and 8.6 acres in the southeast. Looking for the, yes, the pointer. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. So, as pointed out here, in the northeast corner, this is 8.6 acres, of which the landfill is being proposed to be expanded. And then in the south area, you have 8.7 acres that's proposed to be expanded. This slide shows the current aerial map, current landfill facility boundaries, permitted landfill area, and the proposed infill expansion, again, of 17.3 acres. The current proposed expansion areas are not currently in agricultural use and are not considered prime agricultural land. Again, no landfilling activities are permitted on adjacent 184-acre parcel. And as proposed in previous projects in 2012, 2009, this is the area that was proposed to be expanded on. But again, no landfilling activities can occur on this area. In 2012, Forward proposed an expansion project of the landfill, again, operations onto the adjoining 140-acre parcel. For the project to proceed, it would have required a 4/5 vote of your Board of Supervisors to override the Airport Land Use Commission finding that the proposed expansion project was not in conformity with the 1993 Stockton Metropolitan Airport Land Use Plan. The project failed to achieve the required 4/5 override vote. However, your Board of Supervisors did vote to certify the 2013 Forward landfill expansion final EIR as having been prepared in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, for use for decision-making purposes. In 2014, a new project area for expansion was proposed within the permitted landfill areas, which did not include the previously proposed landfilling operations onto the adjacent 184-acre parcel. On February 14, 2014, Forward requested that this project move forward. And this is the project that was discussed here in the supplemental EIR, and this is discussed as the 2018 project that's presented to you today. Based upon a preliminary environmental determination by staff that the 2018 expansion project had the potential to result in potentially significant adverse environmental impacts, a supplemental environmental impact report was prepared. The SEIR addressed numerous environmental concerns, including land use, agricultural resources, bird hazards, transportation, air quality orders, greenhouse gases, noise, aesthetics, biological resources, cultural resources, hazards, hazardous material, hydrology, water quality, and utilities and service systems. The SEIR identified the following significant and avoidable adverse impacts. Project traffic would contribute to acceptable levels of service at intersections. The project will contribute to a cumulatively significant increase in air pollutant emissions. The increase in extent and mass of the proposed project will constitute a significant visual impact. The project will result in significant and avoidable project-generated traffic noise on Austin Road. The project's truck traffic will contribute to significant and avoidable cumulative traffic noise on Austin Road. Each of these issues for which the significant and avoidable adverse impacts were identified is discussed in the supplemental EIR, and based upon these identified impacts, a statement of overriding considerations, or SOCs, was prepared for the project and is included in Attachment A in your Board of Supervisors letter packet. Findings and statements of overriding considerations. Pursuant to CEQA guidelines, SOC, Statement of Overriding Considerations, requires decision makers to balance as applicable the economic, legal, social, or other benefits of a project against any significant and avoidable environmental impacts when determining whether to approve the project. If the specific economic, legal, social, or other benefits of the project outweigh the significant avoidable impacts, then those impacts may be considered acceptable. The Community Development Department, and in accordance with the CEQA guidelines, included for the Planning Commission's consideration as attachment A in your board letter, Statement of Overriding Considerations for the project. The SOCs were unanimously adopted 5-0 at the Planning Commission. Again, the SOCs balance these impacts with the specific overriding economic, legal, social, and technological benefits of the project. The specific benefits of the project considered in the SOC included, but are not limited to, cost-effective, long-term, stable disposal capacity for municipal solid waste. It supports industrial and commercial growth in the county and surrounding communities by providing regional, centrally located, and accessible Class II disposal capacity. It also combined resource recovery and disposal operations to reduce or eliminate the need for solid waste to be delivered to multiple locations. And finally, it provides disposal capacity for disaster-related debris, such as from fires, floods, and earthquakes. Farm Bureau appeal. On May 28, 2019, the Farm Bureau appealed the Planning Commission's approval and certification of the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report. In their appeal letter, they raised the following primary concerns: inappropriate use of a supplemental EIR, lack of recirculation of additional information that was not included in the final supplemental EIR, inadequacy of the mitigation measures to address environmental impacts. Many of the mitigation measures are voluntary, which render them functionally meaningless. Finding number 2, for the use permit, it cannot be made in the affirmative for adequate roadway improvements, and the Planning Commission cannot adopt a statement of overriding considerations for finding number 2, and future development of the adjacent 184-acre Brocchini parcel. Staff will address each of these topics in the next few slides, and subject matter experts are here today and available to answer any additional questions your board may have. Discussion of inappropriate use of a supplemental EIR. A subsequent EIR for the project is required only if there are significant new impacts or substantially more severe impacts are found, compared to these identified in the original EIR, or if previously infeasible mitigation measures or alternatives have been found to be feasible. The prior EIR certified by your Board of Supervisors was for a 184-acre expansion of the forward landfill on an undisturbed parcel adjacent to the existing landfill, which would have added 54 million cubic yards of additional disposal capacity to the landfill. The revised project that is subject of this supplemental EIR is only for 17.3 acres expansion. It's located within the existing disturbed area of the landfill, and it will add only 8.1 million cubic yards of disposal capacity. Therefore, in all respects, the revised landfill expansion project is a smaller alternative project that will have less severe environmental impacts than the original 184-acre expansion. While some mitigation measures have changed, the severity of most of the impacts addressed in this document have been reduced or not materially changed from the original final EIR, which addressed a larger project. All significant impacts described in the prior EIR will be significant based on the analysis in the supplemental EIR. Lack of recirculation. CEQA requires recirculation of a draft EIR when significant new information is added to the EIR. New information added to an EIR is not significant unless the EIR is changed in a way that deprives the public of a meaningful opportunity to comment upon a substantial adverse environmental effect or feasible way to mitigate or avoid such an effect. The CEQA guidelines provides examples of significant new information, including new significant impacts, a substantial increase in the severity of the environmental impact if unmitigated, and feasible alternative or mitigation measures that differ substantially from the previously analyzed project. Recirculation is not required where new information added to the EIR merely clarifies or amplifies or makes insignificant modifications in an adequate EIR. As described in the response to comments of this final supplemental EIR, no new significant unmitigated impacts have been identified, and for the impacts that have been identified in responses, only minor modifications to the mitigation measures have been identified to assure mitigation. I can only say mitigation so many times before I start to stutter. So, inadequacy of the mitigation measures to address impacts. The final SEIR includes two groups of mitigation measures. One group is comprised of measures that are already proposed for implementation as part of the project, and the second, traditional mitigation measures that were not previously proposed as part of the project by Forward. All these measures in both groups have been included as conditions of approval, the implementation of which is fully enforceable by the county staff, which includes environmental health, public works, and community development department staff, will use the mitigation monitoring reporting program as a guide to ensure that all environmental impact related conditions of approval will be implemented to include mitigation for noise, litter, and bird control. Specific comments regarding the adequacy of the noise mitigations are discussed in detail in the supplemental environmental impact report. However, mitigation measure C2B was a new measure added to the 2018 SEIR to further reduce truck traffic noise. Mitigation measure C2B requires that residences be notified, and this is not a voluntary mitigation measure. As CEQA lead agency, it is the lead agency's obligation to monitor the implementation of this mitigation measure. This means that the landfill operator would pay for sound barriers and or additional insulation requested by the owner or tenant. This would be monitored by the county through its annual basis of review of the mitigation monitoring reporting program. While the Farm Bureau characterizes this mitigation measure as functionally meaningless, this is not the case. The most efficient forms of truck traffic noise reduction are the measures identified in this mitigation measure, being sound barriers and additional insulation. Also, as an additional benefit, residents that implement this mitigation, the sound barriers or additional insulation, would reduce noise at these locations from existing traffic and future cumulative traffic not caused by the project. Also, it should be noted that Forward's litter control measures are not self-policed. Enforcement of litter control at the landfill is the responsibility of the San Joaquin County Environmental Health Department, which acts as the lead agency for the California Department of Resources and Recycling and Recovery. The LEA, Lead Enforcement Agency, is a government agency that is independent of the Forward landfill operations. The LEA makes monthly inspections of the Forward landfill using a checklist containing various conditions that include litter control. As discussed in your board packet and as conditions of approval for the project, the following measures also to enhance litter collection in the Forward landfill vicinity are proposed. Forward will fund signage along Austin and Arch Road and French Camp Road stating that all disposal site traffic loads shall be covered in accordance with the vehicle codes. A 24-hour hotline will be established. A litter control manager position will be created. Additional portable litter fencing will be purchased to enhance the existing portable litter fences used at the active phase. Health risk assessment. In other comments, the Farm Bureau referenced revisions to the health risk assessment and associated mitigation measures in responses to comments on the final supplemental EIR as triggering a requirement to recirculate. However, recirculation of the SEIR is not required under CEQA. The county coordinated with the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District in several meetings to address all concerns related to the health risk assessment methodologies. After several discussions between the county, air quality consultant team participants, and the district, the HRA dispersion modeling was rerun to address the district comments and then resubmitted to the district. The Farm Bureau claimed that the new information was not recirculated as required by the CEQA. However, the responses to the air quality comments do not contain significant new information. The CEQA guidelines provides examples of significant new information, including new significant impacts, a substantial increase in the severity of environmental impact if unmitigated, or changes to a fundamentally inadequate document to make it adequate. And that is not the case here. In this case, the remodeled HRA impact is not new. It was in the draft supplemental environmental impact report, and the remodeled HRA results are reduced, and there is no substantial increase in the severity of the environmental impact. Finding number two. Finding number two for the use permit cannot be made in the affirmative for the adequate roadway improvements for the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission cannot adopt a statement of overriding consideration. In response, finding number two can be made in the affirmative because the site will continue to have frontage on Austin Road, and all the provisions of drainage, utility, water, and sanitation are approved under the previous conditions of approval for use permit application UP 0007. No new requests for public services or infrastructure connections for roadways are proposed with this application. The Planning Commission adopted the findings of significant environmental impacts in the statement of overriding considerations for the traffic impacts that cannot be reduced to below a level of significance. Future development of the adjacent 184-acre Puccini parcel. In response, the final supplemental EIR addressed the Farm Bureau's concerns in the responses to the comments on pages 8-92 and specifically on page 3-1 of the final supplemental EIR. The Puccini parcel is within the overall facility boundaries but is not permitted for solid waste handling activities. As part of a previous use permit application, to include the 184 acres into the current facility boundaries, a condition of approval was placed on a property that included no landfill activities, waste placement, disposal, composting, storage of equipment, or soil borrowing can occur on 184 acres. This is included in your board packet as attachment A, as conditions of approval for PA-10-1000245. This condition of approval is enforceable by the county, and the Environmental Health Department conducts routine inspections of the facility to ensure compliance with this condition. FAA. On August 22, 2019, the Community Development Department received a comment letter from the FAA citing the infill expansion project is incompatible with airport operations. Community Development Department staff has thoroughly reviewed the letter, and in response, all issues raised in the letter have been adequately reviewed, addressed, and discussed in the supplemental EIR. The letter makes specific reference to an FAA response letter on a previously proposed project dated October 22, 2012 and September 16, 2013. The 2012 and 2013 response letters are not related to this 2018 project. Instead, they are a response to the FAA review of a wholly different forward landfill expansion project that was initiated in 2009, which was the 184-acre expansion project to the southwest. The 2009 project was, again, a proposed expansion of that 184-acre parcel to the southwest. Therefore, the FAA comments were substantially different and are unrelated to the 2018 project currently before the board for your consideration. The August 22, 2019 letter also refers to grant assurances, Grant Assurance 20 and Grant Assurance 21 specifically. As a recipient of the federal grant funding for the Stockton Metropolitan Airport, it is obligated to comply with these grant assurances. The 2018 project has been determined to be compatible with airport operations and therefore does not negatively affect compliance with grant assurances or the county's existing or future grants for the airport. Specifically, in letters dated November 2, 2018 and October 23, 2019, the San Joaquin County Airport Land Use Commission determined that the forward landfill infill project is compatible with the conditions of the adopted Stockton Metropolitan Airport Land Use Plan. These conditions include submitting finalized plans to the FAA and Caltrans Division of Aeronautics for review, and comply with all applicable law and implementing advisories related to the landfill operations as indicated in the airport land use compatibility plan. The Community Development Department has included these in final conditions of approval, which is attachment C in your packet on pages 2 and 3, and they are also included in the mitigation monitoring plan as attachment B, pages 3 and 4 of your board packet. SJCOG ALUC staff is here today should your board have further questions regarding the compatibility determination. Also, additionally, on October 12, 2017, forward submitted to the FAA, and the FAA approved the required notice of proposed construction or alteration Form 7460-1, which included an aeronautical study. The study revealed that the proposed structure, the landfill expansion areas, the 8.6 and 8.7 acres, do not exceed obstruction standards and will not be a hazard to air navigation. Furthermore, no changed circumstances have occurred that will require revisions of the supplemental EIR due to the Community Development Department staff receiving this letter. No new significant environmental impacts or substantial increase in the severity of the previously identified significant effects for the 2018 Forward Landfill Project have occurred as a result of the Community Development Department receiving this letter. Recommendation. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal by the San Joaquin Farm Bureau Federation of the Planning Commission's approval of the 2018 Forward Landfill Expansion Project and certification of the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, and, by 2 resolutions, approve the 2018 Forward Landfill Expansion Project and adopt the certification of the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report. The first resolution was certify the final Supplemental Environmental Impact Report and deny the appeal. The second resolution would accomplish approval of the project and would simultaneously meet certain California Environmental Quality Act requirements and guidelines. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for staff before we move to a public hearing? Okay, then in the interest of full disclosure before I open the public hearing, I just want to state that over the years, I have received campaign contributions from both sides on this issue, different parties. None of those parties have reached out to me in regards to this issue, so I'm only making the statement in the interest of full disclosure. And I will now open the public hearing.
I believe the Bureau.
So this is the appellant will speak first. There we go.
All right, good morning. Thank you so much, Board. I appreciate the time to come and speak to you today. And my name is Katie Lucchese. I'm an attorney with the law firm Terpstra Henderson, and I represent the Farm Bureau in this appeal. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you so much for continuing to this January date. I had a lot of activities in the last couple months, including new babies, so I appreciate the time to spend with my family and to schedule it today so that I could be back here representing the Farm Bureau in this very important manner. So today we're going to jump into the topics that were addressed in our appeal. I'm going to give a brief overview and introduction. I'll hit on each of our appeal topics, and then Bruce Blodgett from the Farm Bureau will be here to discuss kind of their overall concerns from the Farm Bureau member perspective. We'll show some images of what members get to see every day and interact with. And then there are members present that will speak after our presentation as well. Also, I would like to reserve the opportunity for rebuttal at the end of this. Okay, so here we are. New year, same impacts and hazards that have been discussed over and over. There's lots of iterations to this project. Yes, this is a new project application for only 17 acres, but different iterations have come back to you through the years, and we're relying on the same environmental document as those previous attempts. This project's not an infill. It's 17 additional acres that was not previously approved for waste, 6 additional years of operation and impacts that are going to impact my client, and 8.12 million cubic yards of additional waste that will be taken to this facility. That burden and safety hazard impacts hit my neighbors and clients, as well as the users of the airport, and the Farm Bureau sympathizes with those concerns that were once again raised by the FAA in that last letter. So, an overview of the appeal topics we're going to hit: incompatibility with the neighboring uses, CEQA violations, and the inability to make those required use permit findings that are required by your county code. Now, the first issue is the incompatibility with risks adjacent to the airport operations. Now, Forward went and did a Form 460 notice and determination process in 2017. We've been relying on to say that they've met all requirements. However, that process only evaluates project structures. And here we're talking about a landfill operation, not actual structures being built. So it didn't really analyze the full impacts, and specifically those wildlife impacts that are the main concerns of the FAA in that recent letter. Now, in one of the advisory circulars, it says, an FAA determination is a conclusion based on the study of a structure's projected impact in the safe and efficient use of navigable airspace by aircraft. It should not be construed as an approval or disapproval of a project. And this document has been what's been relied on by the applicant and the Airport Land Use Commission up to this point. So now we got this August 22nd FAA letter out of nowhere, and a late hit, as it was termed. I don't think so. They reiterated prior opposition to projects that had come before, but they specifically identified this project, specifically labeled the description of this project, and said, we have those same concerns for this operation that you're proposing. Wasn't a late hit. The applicant should have been aware that this was the same sort of impacts that needed to be analyzed further. Now, specifically, it states that wildlife hazards created by this project are incompatible with neighboring airport use. It's going to increase wildlife attractants and the likelihood of bird strikes. So here is the picture of that first page of that letter. Just want to point out that it says landfill operation, 8.4 acre parcel to the northeast and 8.6 additional acres to the south area. That's this project we're talking about. This new letter hits on this project that is before you, the approval that's coming before you today. It does reiterate those past positions that were in the 2012 and 2013 letters. So once again, bringing up those same points, like this is a risk. The expansion of the landfill would be incompatible with safe airport operations at the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. So following that letter, the board did go ahead and authorize a continuance of this appeal to further investigate what happened with the letter. And staff was going to dig into it. Project applicant was going to dig into it. We followed up and got some additional information on what the FAA letter meant, why it came at such a later period compared to the previous, what we thought was a project approval. Speaking with staff, they said that no one had reached out to the FAA. That seems kind of strange. That was the point of the extension. Staff report doesn't include any additional communications with the FAA, so no one else is talking to them. We did make an effort to speak with FAA staff, and they confirmed. Karen McDonald, who authored the original 2017 determinations and each follow up to the point, she confirmed to us that the determination does not evaluate the project hazards related to wildlife. So that's why a 2019 letter, separate 2019 letter, could come about and analyze different impacts. So the two separate processes are not speaking over one another. They're two separate impacts analyzed. So the Airport Land Use Commission, SJCOG, in the letter that was included in the packet, it's a letter from staff where they claim compatibility on the project being outside 10,000 feet and that it complies with FAA Advisory Circular 150520033B. Oh, okay, we disagree. We don't think that it's either of those things are satisfied. The project, portions of it, are within 10,000 feet from the airport, and the project will cause more birds to be attracted into airspace, which increases that wildlife hazard. Now, the FAA letter cites that current operations are less than 1,200 feet from the runway, and that's obviously well within the 5-mile protected area. So, following the advisory circular's guidance, any project approval based on future mitigation would not avoid the proposed hazard as required by the advisory circular. So this next image is a picture, the site plan that was submitted by the project applicant for their grading. Those dashed lines in the middle, let's see if I can, showing down the middle, those demark the 10,000 foot line and the 10,002 foot. As you can see, even in their own proposals, part of the projects are within that 10,000 foot mark. So that's clearly not the case. And in the next image, we show that the operation is going to be near airspace. You can see the operation has significant wildlife attractants. Those are birds located above it. These are impacts that were not analyzed when looking at the structure alone. So what does the circular actually say? It says airport operators should oppose off-airport land use changes or practices that may attract hazardous wildlife. Again, pointing to the fact that mitigation is not a substitute for the avoidance or use that may attract hazards. Advisory circular specifically states increasing the intensity of wildlife control efforts is not a substitute to eliminating or reducing a proposed wildlife hazard. Here we know that the risk of bird strikes and birds coming to this operation are going to happen. And that's, increasing and creating an additional risk. Not mitigating after the fact, that's not allowed by this advisory circular. So the mitigation measure that requires a survey and then increased falconry and possible pyrotechnics, that's not going to satisfy the advisory circular requirements. So the other issue hit on by the 2019 letter, the project could jeopardize future grant funding if approved. Failure to restrict land uses to those compatible with airport operations identified in the advisory circular could result in a finding of noncompliance with applicable grant assurances and could affect future grants for the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. That's pretty clear that they find that this is incompatible and could hurt future funding. So what were those assurances? Assurance number 20, the county must act by preventing the establishment or creation of future airport hazards. And 21, the county must restrict the use of land adjacent to or in the immediate vicinity of the airport to activities compatible with airport operations. Now, in 2018 and 2019, the county received approximately $7.25 million and $1.1 million, respectively, and agreed to uphold those assurances. So, if approved, this project could really jeopardize some significant funds that the airport receives in the future, and we wouldn't want to lose that opportunity. So that's kind of my big chunk on the FAA letter. I wanted to spend some time going through it. So now I'm going to hit on our appeal topics in other areas. I know SEEK was a lot, and I've super summarize this down so we can get through them and spend some more time with our actual member comments. So the 2013 EIR was for the much larger project with the 184-acre portion. Now using a supplemental EIR and just changing certain portions, you're not getting a full analysis of all impacts. And it's not easy for someone to go back and review those, because if you have to link to the 2013 EIR, the convenient link wasn't even available when I tried to access it online. You're having problems, and you're really discouraging the public from looking at those impacts and being fully educated on the issue. Additionally, the lack of a full project description related to that 184-acre parcel. Yes, staff just did discuss that, it's not included in this approval, and a future approval would have to come about in order for operations to happen. Well, they've tried on two attempts previously to get this approved. It's pretty clear that that's a future impact that could be part of the cumulative impacts, and CEQA requires you to analyze any cumulative impacts that could occur in the future from future projects. This has not been discussed at all, even though it's pretty clear that this is going to be something that the applicant would bring about as a future project. Now, the other issue is the inadequacies of mitigation measures and the voluntary nature. Staff did discuss our concerns related to the voluntariness and things that they've tried to address. However, requiring neighbors that are burdened by the impacts of this project to apply for or call in a toll-free line in order to have the impacts addressed, that's putting the burden back on the neighbor or the person impacted to take action, and that may or may not happen. So everything is built after the fact, and it really is not hitting at the heart of what CEQA wants, is the project applicant to deal with their impacts before they are burdening others. So now in terms of our finding issues, County Code Chapter 982-821, the required findings. Prior to approving an application for a use permit, which is what's before you, the review authority shall find all of the following are true: consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance, and compatibility. Now, the two issues that we have are related to B, improvements, and E, compatibility. Now, specifically, 82.6B specifically requires that a project must provide adequate utilities, roadway improvements, sanitation, water supply, drainage, and other necessary facilities that have been provided, and the proposed improvements are properly related to the existing and proposed roadways. Here, there was a finding made that there were significant and unavoidable impacts to traffic. Planning Commission had to adopt a statement of overriding considerations because those impacts are significant and unavoidable. This project could not even mitigate them to the point that they weren't significant. Therefore, how can you say that those impacts are, the improvements to roadway are adequate, make that finding that's required under Section B, if you have to say they're significant and unavoidable and adopt a separate significant statement of overriding considerations? Now, the statement of overriding considerations is under the government code and is allowed by CEQA in order to certify an environmental document. Absolutely, that's the case. However, your code requires you to make this in the affirmative. It does not allow a statement of overriding consideration for you to find adequate. So the two things are separate approvals that had to be made. So statement of overriding consideration would not apply here. Now, the second one is for the compatibility finding. As we already discussed in the FAA letter, the project's impacts would not be compatible with neighboring airport uses. Therefore, the Planning Commission's determination of compatibility was an error, and we cannot make this finding in the affirmative. You would have to overturn that decision and deny the use permit. So I'm now going to invite Bruce up to discuss kind of overall concerns of the Farm Bureau from their perspective.
It is up, perfect. Good morning, everyone. Bruce Blodgett, Joaquin Farm Bureau. here in Stockton. It's San Joaquin Farm Bureau is an organization that's been around since 1914. I feel like we've been fighting this issue since 1914, and it continues to come back and always continues to come back. And much like the Delta tunnels or the peripheral canal or whatever we're going to call that in its next iteration as well. Those are things we've continued to fight and will continue to fight. And we continue to fight these things because there have always been issues with them. A little history, maybe in order. This is once two landfills, one owned by the city of Stockton, the other one was owned by the private operation. It was kind of interesting thing happened late in the city's ownership. They condemned farmland next to them. That is the Brocchini parcel that we keep talking about. That was condemned by the city of Stockton. And lo and behold, not long after that, all of that was sold over to the private landfill. All of that was sold over to the private landfill. So we've had a long history. Seeing your farmland, seeing 180-something acres of prime farmland ripped from a family, to have it be turned into a dump at some point in the future, only to have that go from the city, who was the only people who could condemn that, and be transferred over to a private entity. We've had issues with this project for a long, long time. So that's something that's happened in the past. If this was meant to be, if this was just infill, it would have been part of the original application. But the fact is, today you're here with a new application. We get that. The neighbors get that. Everybody gets that. This is a new application to add 17 more acres to the dump and to add about 6 more years to its lifespan. Everybody can read that. Everybody understands it. But we seem to have a staff report that tries to cast that aside, just like it did the FAA letter, which is absolutely a travesty. We do have a number of people that would like to speak, like to recognize. We understand the rules are normally 3 minutes. We have people that have been dealing with this issue for generations. Your own rules preclude them from meeting with you. Your own rules. So I hope you give them the time today they need to talk about that. We have a food safety expert and consultant in the audience. That is an issue that's not even covered. And we have a new law that was passed a number of years ago that is now being implemented. On-farm inspections by federal agencies and state agencies is happening now in San Joaquin County. It's not something we had in the past, not something we had to deal with. And when you see some of the pictures, maybe this, look and see. Okay, so there are no birds at the airport, right? So these are just bad, but you can see, maybe the next one I think is more. No birds at the airport.
And these pictures are from July of this year and October of this year, currently.
The thing that happens is the same thing that happens in agriculture. When you have a food source, whether that's an agricultural commodity out in the field, wildlife will come and find it. Same with the dump. It's a heck of a food source. Those birds are attracted to it, and there's no amount of mitigation you can do to get rid of them. No amount of mitigation. We see the same thing in agriculture. You can have people surrounding a field, an agricultural field, with shotguns, and those birds will still go in, even though some of them are going to get killed. It's good for dove season, but for other things that are problem species, you can sit there and shoot all day long and do pyrotechnics and try to. They still come, and it's completely ineffective. So as long as this dump is operating, that's what you're going to have. It's not until it gets capped off, shut down when it's supposed to be, that goes away and your bird impacts go away. So we talked about trash in the fields, and we talk about how does this happen. One of our members was out at Forward Landfill. He's nodding his head over here and driving around and happened to be following this truck. They make sure none of the trash comes out. Take a look at the video, please. Takes a second. Could wash your windshield next time. There's a little bit. Oh, there's a little. Yeah, there's. But that's our mitigation measures in place in San Joaquin County. Those are the mitigation measures. These are the things that our neighbors have been dealing with. This is the thing that's creating contamination in our fields. Remember the headlines here a couple weeks ago about romaine lettuce and contaminated romaine lettuce in Monterey? How do you think those growers are doing right now? What happens when we get contaminants in our fields and that person cannot harvest? Do we have another one, I think? Or that person cannot harvest those grapes? because they find contamination in that field. And that's the real reality. And again, we have some people from on food safety that will testify to that. So what we had in the past, some trash in the fields, water quality started becoming impaired. A growing plume of water quality issues continues to grow as a result of the landfill operations. Mitigation measures have proven entirely ineffective. And today, we still have the trash in the field. We still have the birds at the site. You're always going to have the birds on the site until you cap it off, shut it down. Remove the food source is the only way you remove the birds, period. We know that in agriculture. We take impacts and we have loss of crop every year in agriculture because of birds, because of a variety of different species, deer even. And those are impacts that are very significant to our operations. Difference is, we're not impacting anybody else with ours. We're not endangering those airplanes that are going in and out of that airport. So I'd like to go on this, excuse me, turn to traffic. Traffic means two things. One, harder to move equipment, obviously a burden of the operation. But this traffic, obviously, if you saw that video and looked at that video, traffic is trash. What we're seeing is trash in our fields. FSMA, again, a number of inspections have just started. Private companies are also starting to do inspections of private farms and ranches to make sure that safety standards are being met. This is something that's new as well. These are all things that when these inspectors find this trash in the fields, no amount of mitigation you can do. You lose the crop. So is this county going to actually address this issue? You didn't in the supplemental. Are you going to post a bond? Are you going to post a bond for the growers that get impacted and end up losing their crop? Are you going to post a bond to pay them for that crop that they lost because of your activities, which would be approving this landfill? That's a really important question that needs to go, that needs to be addressed. Think about the pathogens. Think about the contaminants that are in that trash. Would you want that in your food supply? And quite frankly, when that call comes from a reporter because they found something near the dump and that crop was contaminated and it can't be harvested, when the reporter comes to talk to me, I'm going to have him come and talk to you to say, why did you approve this? Plain and simple. The FAA letter, do you have the copy of the FAA letter? I know you've seen it. I hope you do. If you look at that FAA letter, it is very clear on all of these issues. This is, I just brought my copy, of course. There we go. Thank you. This is about, as she highlighted, thank you, it's about 8.7 and 8.6, 8.12 million cubic yards in additional 6 years. It's in your very first paragraph. Is that confusing to anyone here? I would really hope it's not confusing. I don't know how it could be reported this way. You look at the fourth paragraph too. Look at the fourth paragraph. For airports such as Stockton receiving turbine-powered aircraft, including air carrier aircraft used for transportation and general public, FAA considers any landfill, not any landfill expansion, any landfill within 10,000 feet. Any part of the landfill. So you're expanding part of the landfill. Any part of it is within 10,000 feet. It's within their jurisdiction, and it's a problem with the FAA. So I don't know. We just had a number of discussions on funding different entities here today, and we listened to that, how we'd want to jeopardize the $8 million of funding that you received the last couple of years for a landfill so we can bring in more trash from outside the county. Now, I keep saying that, and people say, why would you say that? Because the EIRU certified, the 2013 EIRU certified, says just that. 70% of the trash comes in from inside the county. So the EIRU certified makes that happen. So the FAA letter is very clear, and it's the request that we have as well. You need to restrict the land uses, not expand them. You need to avoid projects that will have impacts, not permit and mitigate. They don't have a permit and mitigate section. It's a and restrict. Less activities. We should be shutting this down, not improving it. So what can we do here? What is the future of San Joaquin County? Hopefully it's you uphold this appeal and you deny the application Hopefully San Joaquin County is thinking that it's more than a dumping ground for the rest of the state. Over 70% of this trash is coming out from outside the county. Hopefully we're more concerned about the loss of FAA funds than expanding this landfill one more time, which has been one more time and another one more time. Hopefully that's the direction we take. Hopefully we're not going to have, once we get it shut down, we won't be getting crops damaged and potentially crops contaminated from the trash that's going in and out of the dump. Doesn't make it there, obviously. Hopefully we'll do a better job and we're not going to see impacts to our passenger airplanes. Stockton Airport is finally moving in the right direction, bringing in new airlines with United coming down to Southern California and more flights are getting added. We want to jeopardize that for a landfill, for Mount Trashmore. That's where we want to go in this county? That's the question. You have ineffective mitigation for traffic. You have ineffective mitigation, and you always will, for birds. There's nothing there you can do other than shut it down. That's how you solve that problem. You have ineffective mitigation and no mitigation for trash in the fields. You have no bond program for the growers that are out there. None of that was brought up during this discussion. None of that has been addressed. None of that will be addressed if you approve this application. You only just create the burden for the landowners next to us. So with that, gone over a lot of things here. You know, this is a time to look at our future. What are our industries of choice moving forward? Today's a choice between being the dumping ground for the rest of the state or looking at new industries. We hope you look at the new industries and protect agriculture in the process. The one thing you can do by turning them down, you give forward an end date. You give them a plan to look at their next location. Hopefully that next location that they're going to look at is not going to be on prime land, not on the valley floor, not with a shallow water table like they are now. Hopefully it's on the ground like in Sacramento County where the landfill is not too far from Jackson Highway. I grew up in that area. I know that one well. How about the ground in Patterson? Marginal farm ground at best, not even good farm ground. People abandon orchards on that side. That's where you should be planting these things, not on the valley floor, not next to your airport, not next to the city. Want a chance to find out where that next location is. So with that, I'll close with the Sullenberger letter from a couple years ago. He said it best: without expansion. Given the life and death matters at stake, I urge San Joaquin County to deny the landfill's proposal to expand. The risks to human life and safety are simply too great. Any questions?
Thanks. Thanks, Bruce. Just I have our formal requests on the board. Just reiterates all of our concerns, and specifically, we request that you approve this appeal, overturn the Planning Commission's certification of the SEIR, and their approval of the 2018 Forward Landfill Expansion Project. The concerns are too great here, and we feel like we can't keep sweeping this under the rug and writing it off as a previous project. This is a current project, current impacts. We need to take action today and approve this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other individuals that wish to speak on behalf of the appellant? And then we'll take board questions for the appellant team before we move to project proponents.
Hi, my name is Joe Ferrari, and I'm a farmer in this county. And I also do consulting on food safety, and I help the California Farm Bureau write its comments to the Federal Register on the Food Safety Modernization Act, which helped shape some of the direction on walnut hullers and dehydrators and other on-farm activities. So I have a little bit of experience with that. I don't know if you guys are aware, I guess what Bruce had just talked about, that the FSMA he refers to, it's the Food Safety Modernization Act. And what it was is it was passed in 2011 as a change in direction on how to approach food safety in the United States. It's a federal law. And prior to that, in the 1938 adulteration laws covered food safety nationally, in that if there was an outbreak, like you remember the cantaloupe outbreak in 2009 or 8 or whatever it was, the Jensen brothers, that was only covered under adulteration laws, so it was a response to an infraction. Whereas now the whole the way the federal government and the state have coordinated with this new law, let's go around and now we have a set of guidelines that, you have to fall within. And so if one little thing's off, it doesn't have to ever have been an infraction or any violation for the law to be violated. It's just if it looks like it's bad and it's within the new rules. So what happened is now, as of 2019 January, there's inspectors coming around with the CDFA, California Department of Food Ag, and the county. What I understand, the Ag Department has been in contact with them, but what it amounts to is that now there are provisions in the on the farm rule to where if like the trash you saw that was flying around out of that truck that I ended up taking the video of because I was so appalled at what I saw. If that ends up in the field and a CDFA inspector sees it, right off the bat, they will probably go with a Class E felony, which is codified under 21 U.S. Code 331, 333, and under also 21 CFR Part 112. So it spells it out right there. The provisions for like birds and droppings fall under 112 as well. And what it amounts to is that if any likelihood of a contamination exists, so like in other words, the frequency of that likelihood increases as well, you have a problem now because I could be cited if my farm is right next to the area where this trash goes, or the birds are at. I could be cited for that, and it's very vague. It doesn't talk specifically to the specific hazard. It's kind of vague. So the trash, the birds, the bird droppings, all of that will trigger a felony, and that's the problem. So. Also, keep in mind, we referred to the bonding earlier, and yeah, the bonding sounds like a good idea, but what about the reputation of the farmer who had nothing to do with this infraction, this violation? What did, why is his name going to get thrown to the dirt? So that's the other problem. I see this as a problem because, it's not going to go away if we, if you guys approve this, and what happens is it actually weakens your defense to, we didn't want this to happen because you're in essence approving this to go forward and get worse. So you really don't have a good defense in the event of a litigation. We don't want it to go there, and we're asking that to be mitigated just through a no vote here. But that's what I see in the food safety realm. So I don't know if there's any questions you guys have. Yeah, I wanted to note as well, when I took that video, there was a lot more trash getting dumped out prior to that segment that I had. It took a while for me to get the camera out and to film it. I mean, there was a consistent stream of trash, so that's a problem. Anyhow, thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
Yeah, Mr. Ferrari, question?
Ferrari, can you stay for 1 second?
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Since you obviously are very familiar with these regulations, I have a question. I was recently, or I shouldn't say recently, a couple of years ago, I was out in a cherry orchard in Woodbridge and on a flood issue with the adjacent property. And talking to the cherry grower, he was making comments about how difficult cherries are and how many times, we've lost the entire crop in the county for a variety of reasons. But he made a comment. He says, even if a dog walks through my orchard, he says that could nullify or basically destroy, based upon what you said, their ability to harvest that crop. The reason I'm asking is obviously you're familiar with that. Is that true?
Yes, it is. It's true for two reasons. It's true because the number one, the law says you can't have, animals out in the field, and so that will cause you not to be able to harvest your crop as well. But also the private food safety plans have their own parallel rules, which are speak specifically to this. And so, on the one hand, you'll become a federal felon, or on the other hand, you got an issue with the shed rejecting. And as Bruce had said earlier, in both instances, the crop might not be harvested, because on the private end, we have these mock recalls that happen once a year. They go through it, and what would you do in the event of a recall? So they take it very seriously. It's a very high-stress job, especially now since the farms and the packing sheds are under what's called park doctrine. It's park versus United States, which essentially makes the owners of the entity, not just the entity, personally liable for anything that happens on that farm. It used to be, like I said, it was a response-based in 1938 adulteration laws, and now it's completely, that level's still there, but, now you have this additional layer. So yeah, it's not easy. You got the weather against you. You've got, the laws in certain instances, environmental laws, but then you have this, and then now we're going to have this, issue here we're discussing, and I hope that doesn't take place,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Ferrari, I have a quick question. So you say these laws have been in place and the landfill has been in operation for a number of years. So have crops been contaminated? Are we seeing this? I mean, I'm just basing it on your video. What's the level of oversight? And I mean, I'm just trying to get at why this is a new issue, or are we seeing our crops being rejected at the packing houses and our ag business being prosecuted?
We look at too what's happening in Monterey. I mean, I was recently in LA and I went to a grocery store and I was looking around like, where's the lettuce? Where's the romaine? And it's not there anymore. So this can destroy us. And additionally, it's always been, we've always had, like I said, since 1938, there was always adulteration laws. The big problem now is we got inspectors running around and ask, it's almost like 1940s Germany. We're asking you for your documents. You know what I mean? There's a major difference. You know what I mean? It's not like it used to be. So the likelihood of violating the law is just exponential. And then you add the forward landfill issue in, and then it just skyrockets like crazy, so.
Well, let's be clear. In Monterey, those are cases of actual contamination. So I was trying to get at, what have we been seeing here in San Joaquin County?
Have we seen something specific yet? No, but have we had inspections in the past? And the answer to that is absolutely no. The inspections are now being mandated, and they're starting. So they're ramping up right now. I think they're at a couple hundred inspections that they've done in the state of California. But they're going to ramp it up to where they're going to be doing inspections of every operation. This is something new because of the Food Safety Modernization Act. It's new legislation. It's a new issue that hasn't been addressed. These are things that will be issues in the future because they're going to find this trash on these fields. They're going to go after those growers.
And the bird droppings too. Like I said, it's the way it's written is they can condemn the crop, no problem. And also, I just want to show you one thing. This is half the binders. You saw the other stack I had here? I actually went through. I'm probably one of very few farmers themselves that did this. Usually people hire someone out to do this. It's probably even more comprehensive here than in some other plans. I'm trying to be as compliant as I can, but guess what? It's really hard to do that. And then if I had to add corrective actions in here, the way the law is, you don't have to necessarily write down corrective actions, but it's kind of, it's encouraged. But I know what's going to happen is they're going to change the rule. I've already seen the markers in the code. They're going to start requiring you to keep that, and then it's going to self-incriminate people. So when I have to see a bird dropping, or like I see a piece of trash somewhere, and I mean, what's going to happen? If I get in trouble, they'll broadcast that I violated. It's going to be all over the news, so my reputation's going to be damaged, right? I mean, remember the Odwalla case in the 90s? People still talk about that, and that still probably hurts their bottom line to some degree. So, I mean, when it comes down to my livelihood, when I don't cause the problem, I don't see why I should be punished for that, or anyone should. And and whoever I would advise, I would just say try to follow it the best you can. But there's just some things that we don't want this to affect it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I understand. Thank you. I have a couple supervisors that have questions. My question to you is, do you want to direct them at Mr. Ferrari, or would you rather wait until we hear from the rest of the appellants, and then are they more general questions? Now? Okay. Supervisor Elliott, go ahead. You're first on the list.
Yes, and this is just a statement here that I'm making here on advice of county council here. And this had to do with discussions that I had with people on both sides of this issue, which occurred technically after the appeal was filed. So I am advised that I should notify the rest of the board on basically the substance of those discussions. So back in July, I had a discussion with a member of the Farm Bureau who is on their board of directors, Dave Fippen. And at that time, I wasn't sure what the date was that this had been appealed, or in fact, was it appealed yet? But found out subsequently that it had been appealed prior to that discussion. At any rate, I asked Mr. Fippen why the Farm Bureau was so opposed to this project. He mentioned many of the things that have been spoken about today, the truck traffic and the litter, long-term health impacts caused by landfills, flight dangers for aircraft, in that the landfill itself is an obstacle if the aircraft is not correctly lined up, and also opposition to bringing in waste from outside the county. On my part, I brought up the aspect of private property rights, the fact that this new proposal was different from the last proposal, the fact that it was within the approved boundaries of the facility, no need to overturn the Airport Land Use Commission, no objection at that time from the FAA, no objection from the airport or the pilots. So that's basically the gist of that conversation. My other conversation was with Mr. Hakem, and to tell the truth, I can't remember whether this conversation was after the appeal was filed or before, but it was somewhere around that time. It was after the Planning Commission meeting. So there, we talked about the differences in the project this time from the previous one back in 2014. And then right before, and let's see, I think Mr. Hakem also mentioned the fact that perhaps they wouldn't appeal it. So that would lend the possibility that maybe this conversation took place before the appeal was filed. But at any rate, I'm just covering all of these bases. Then I was notified on Monday the 26th of August, right before the previous board meeting when the continuation was granted, that there had been a letter from the FAA that Mr. Hakem recommended I review and discuss with County Council. I wanted to just make those disclosures before I ask any other questions, and with that, I can ask my questions later when we're all complete with.
Excellent. Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Subject of expertise.
It won't preclude you from asking other questions. I just thought if you have a question for Mr. Ferrari you want to ask right now, fine. Otherwise, we'll keep going and we'll ask our questions at the end.
You had the binder of books. I did have
Oh,
questions.
yeah. Okay, Mr. Ferrari, we have another question for you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. And let me just openly state, I empathize with farmers and the risks you take daily and yearly and to stay in business and the regulations and rules. So believe me, I get it. I grew up going out on farms on Union Island, Bob Del Porto and family. So I understand it all. Sure. I have a question for you, a little bit of clarity. You're talking about contamination. You're showing pictures and there's a bag in the field. Mm-hmm. Explain to me how that becomes a contaminated crop if there's a bag in the field that flew off a truck.
Because it touches something that has bacteria in it. It's an adulterant. So it can meet the definition of an adulterant, or it's very vague. It's a very vague, what do you call it? Set of rules. Mm-hmm. So bacteria can touch for example, like we have rules for when people pick cherries, right, with hands, because it's direct hand contact. So that's an issue. Really, anything can happen. Agriculture, it's in the dirt, right? So a lot of things can land in that dirt, and a lot of things can touch the crop as it's on the tree. You know what I mean? So this stuff flying around will definitely transmit. In fact, believe it or not, part of the Food Safety Modernization Act was promulgated from rules that were called regulations to control communicable diseases. It's was it 42 USC 264? It was actually instituted in 1944 to control like outbreaks. So they've taken that into consideration in the rules. So that's why, because basically, like for example, when you're in public, somebody can transmit, by coughing and touching hands, but the same thing can happen from the trash that's been rotting that has bacteria and things in it, and it can be transmitted onto the food, and which can then get into the human body and probably kill someone maybe. So
when they do a test, they do a sample test, and if they find a piece of bacteria on something and it's isolated, is that they're condemning the entire crop from hundreds of acres or dozens of acres or whatever it is? What's the protocol going to be?
Well, that's interesting, because this year when the CDFA first went in the fields, they gave, in fact, I spoke with Natalie, who was and Karen Ross. I went into their office and spoke to them about this whole issue. And the first year was this year. It was called Educate Before You Regulate. So they were going around trying to figure out, kind of what's going on, like a pilot kind of. And then this next year, I believe from that point on, they've probably in their mind figure that we've already done our due diligence here. It's time to start nailing people. You know what I mean?
That didn't answer my question. So
what was your question?
You find a crop and you find some piece of fruit that has a contaminant on it.
Right.
That can't condemn hundreds and dozens of acres of crop because you've had a piece of fruit or several pieces that had a piece of contaminant on it.
The way the regulation is written, it definitely can.
It can or it does?
It will.
It will.
It will. Because keep in mind.
Just for clarity. So a piece of bacteria on a piece of fruit would condemn the entire crop. Could be hundreds of acres of crop would be condemned because there's some bacteria on a piece of fruit.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Next question, moving on. You mentioned bird droppings. Now, I grew up in fields, hunting and fishing and going outdoors, and there's birds, there's quail, there's dove, there's sparrows, there's blackbirds, all these things. They're all poop out in public. 100% of the birds. Every single bird living, everything species living is going to have some form of poop.
Absolutely.
Birds in the air. So you're telling me that bird poop is a bacteria, and it's going to be on a piece of fruit.
It has E. coli in it, yeah.
And you're equating that to it being condemning a crop, and as you just said, that a piece of bacteria that condemns that's on a piece of fruit condemns the entire crop.
Keep in mind, when I helped write, actually I wrote 78 pages for the Farm Bureau, and it got submitted on the Federal Register, and it was the specific edits that need to be done to those rules, to this 21 CFR 112. And what happened was the minute that hit the docket, there was the people from the FDA flew back to the Farm Bureau and said, how do we deal with this? And they admitted that should be changed, and that there was no contention with the fact that would be their interpretation. And the thing is also, what you have to look at is when you have auditors, you always have to look at the most extreme interpretation, because that's usually what they end up taking. I've had, for example, on the private side of things, I had, somebody come in, they call it an external auditor for my cherries, and it was the most extreme stuff, and it was like, what is this? This has nothing to do with food safety. It had absolutely nothing, but they were trying to, bother me about the way, where I put the hand wash and stuff like that. It's like, and that was for your eye wash for like when you're, and it had nothing to do with the state regulations or anything. It was just another thing that they thought should be.
Believe me, I get it. I understand. Yeah. I'm just really stretching the concern on the bird poop thing, because every grape crop in San Joaquin County is going to be condemned because birds eat grapes and they're going to poop, and it's going to be on a grape somewhere. So you're telling me that all the crop is going to be then considered contaminated and no longer able to be harvested and sold.
Well, like I said, the way that the way the regulation's set up, there's a bunch of reserved sections in it and reserved reserve subparts. And there's also, we've seen this with the ESA, or Endangered Species Act, before. They're really nicey in the beginning, and then in the future they nailed everyone for almost no reason, right? So the same thing is going to happen here. And I've seen the attitude on the auditors online, for example, on Twitter, the stuff they're saying, and it's like, this is crazy. Like, so right now, yeah, educate before you regulate, but the next step, the hammer comes down. Mm-hmm. And this is what we're worried about, because when that happens, what you guys do here right now will affect that future point.
Well, there's nothing we're going to do for birds that are pooping that are not near a landfill. If you got birds up in Lodi that are pooping on a grape crop.
Yeah, but when you increase the likelihood, increase the opportunity for that to happen, essentially you increase your risk profile on that, and the board here, whatever it does will affect that hazard. So if you say no, the hazard is reduced, right? But when you say yes to that, you increase the profile, and then, your liability at that point will definitely increase, because you can't argue that you didn't do anything to try to stop it.
So it's your contention then, if this project were to be approved, then the bird population in San Joaquin County would then therefore be increased, and any crop in Lodi that gets bird poop on it that has grapes, because birds like grapes, that's going to be as a result of expansion of the landfill.
Well, I'm especially speaking to the point that little travel that I took where all the trash was getting moved around, and that was a long distance. That was a long way. So, whether it affects something, 10 miles away or whatever, the point is that whole area was ag land, and it was being affected by this.
Sure.
That's the problem, and that needs to be mitigated.
Okay, I understand your concern. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask, I have some cards here, but I'm unclear as to which side of this issue. If there is anyone else wanting to speak on behalf of the appellant position, would you please come forward and state your name? I'll see if I've got the card here.
Mike LaForge.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I'm a local farmer and businessman off Austin Road in Manteca, not too far from the landfill. And I've got some pictures. There's just a few points I'd like to talk about. That there's so many issues with this proposal, but I don't want to waste your valuable time and just talk to a few. And I'm going to cut back in some areas I was going to talk about, because they've been covered by these other folks. In particular, with regards to food safety, we are subject to inspection now, not only by the government, but by our customers. If somebody were to come in, one of our Walmart or Costco, and they see this, they could reject the whole crop just by looking at this. It's not just the inspectors from the government, but our customers. And this is a daily basis. This happens. Yesterday I drove by. I took about 12 pictures. Just, there was a bag of garbage. It has gotten a little bit better. They've got folks that come by daily and pick up trash off the street. But by the afternoon, the garbage is back in from a place they just covered in the morning. Right over the bags of garbage that are sitting there of trash that they picked up. So this is just an example of, look at this. You mean to tell me that wouldn't get rejected? So I'm concerned that with over the recent history with E. coli, salmonella, listeria, and deaths, there have been dozens of deaths, thousands hospitalized. If you approve this, you're putting me at additional risk. All the local farming, you're putting us at additional risk, and I could go bankrupt. I can go bankrupt like others have. It's out there. Secondly, please be aware of the impact to the local water sources. Here's what the Regional Water Quality Control Board has to say, and this is by quote: "The discharger has caused or permitted waste to be discharged or deposited where it has discharged to waters of the state and has created and continues to threaten to create a condition of pollution or nuisance. According to the board, they are currently in standing violation of a cleanup and abatement order issued in April of 2017. And they recently stated, until the volatile organic compounds are remediated, they constitute a continuing violation of their waste discharge requirements. They're currently in violation, and they have been for years. Over the last 5 years, between 2013 and 2018, they have been issued an additional 5 notices of violations from the State Water Resources Control Board. And I have the documents if you want to see them. Forward Landfill has emitted contaminated water to the area for decades. There are 35 known domestic, industrial, and agricultural groundwater supply wells within a mile radius of the landfill. By 2017, the contaminated plume exceeded an area in excess of 858 identified acres. Now it must be over 1,000. Historically, the contaminated plume has traveled to the north-northeasterly direction all the way past Arch Road. However, now the plume is spread all the way to the west, past Newcastle. All the residents on the Newcastle Road, their domestic wells are contaminated. They've had to put them, they've been drinking bottled water, having to bathe in contaminated water for years, having to, feed their crops and their dogs and animals. They finally just put in, after a couple of years, a filtration system, but their wells are contaminated, and I'm sure that impacts the resale value of their homes. This is caused by Forward Landfill. Also, let's talk about Legionnaire's disease, the outbreak at the California healthcare facility. According to the Sacramento Bee article dated 10/15/19, a bacteria outbreak at the state prison in Stockton has cost California $8.5 million and doesn't appear to be going away, 7 months after it infected 2 inmates, one of whom died. Although the facility is on city water system, one must ponder whether that outbreak is related to the landfill water contamination issue, since the contaminated plume runs entirely underneath that facility. We'll see what the investigation comes out. I'm curious to see what it comes out, since Legionnaire's disease grows in warm water and spreads through mists and vapors. The folks at the California Youth Authority are taking precautions. They are on bottled water and have installed expensive shower filtration heads that need to be changed out every few months. Pretty costly. Thirdly, there will be considerable traffic impact. The EIR that they said, nothing's changed since 2012. Well, $1 billion facility is not a significant change. And where you've got 2,500 employees at the healthcare facility, how could you not have to do a new EIR? That's a big change. And there are new logistics centers on Austin Road and Arch Road, and more to be built, advertised. Huge facilities. It's a big logistics center. So to say nothing's changed to the traffic, you'll see lines lined up every time that the shift change occurs at the healthcare facility. That entrance is on Austin Road, right near the landfill. Traffic is horrendous in the areas around the facility. There have been nearly 40 accidents in a 3-year period on the roadways directly surrounding the dump. This expansion requested 800 additional round trips per day. Now they've said, well, we'll keep it at the current 233. Dump traffic consists of heavy vehicles, including tractor trailers, traveling at high rates of speed. This activity is inconsistent with slow-moving farming equipment and stopped school buses picking up and dropping off children on one-lane roads with no shoulders and no bike lanes. You've got guys riding bikes commuting to the hospital with no bike lane. And here's what you've got. You've got slow-moving. You see there's no shoulder, no bike lane, and 800, up to 800 is what they applied for, round-trip truck traffic. And this is what happens. I took this picture just off the road. So the issue gets worse when considering cumulative impact to the new large logistics centers off Arch and Austin roads and the approved and planned Mariposa Lakes development of over 10,000 new dwellings just north of the landfill. Today, only 233 traffic trips per day, and without the new development traffic, you'll often see more incidents like this. Lastly, and most importantly, I'd like to consider the airport and air safety impacts to include federal grant funding. Contrary to what Ford would tell you, this expansion is not just an infill within their boundaries. It's a whole new action, as Bruce mentioned. They want to move the 3,000 feet of a creek further to the approach zone, and that is a wetland, and wetlands attract additional birds. It adds a tall mountain of garbage closer to and alongside the approach zone and lies within the restricted zones specified by the FAA and Advisory Circulars 1-1 and 1-4 of 10,000 feet and 5 statute miles to protect approach, departure, and circular airspace and airport operations, respectively. And that's this proposal specifically. It's not talking about the other proposal back in the past. The FAA has stated the location of this landfill clearly contradicts this recommendation, as runway 29R has right traffic causing the base leg of the traffic pattern to pass over near the landfill. I've personally seen planes approaching from the north crossing over the property. This board has done an outstanding job at looking towards the future for our county. You have resurrected the viability of the airport and overseen the expansion of flights, including by United, Allegiant, and have attracted Amazon Air. When considering the horrendous 3-hour ground traffic trips from the Bay Area airports to the Valley, it's only a matter of time before we see significant growth in flights to the airport. Is there something? Okay, sorry about that. In fact, I've heard from United is considering adding direct flights between Denver and Stockton, in addition to their already twice daily LAX flights. This proposed expansion puts potential airport growth, future air travelers, pilots, neighboring households, and at additional unnecessary risk. Since 2016, there have been 41 additional bird strikes, including one to an Allegiant Air jet carrying many passengers, forcing it to take emergency landing procedures. They will tell you their falconry bird program deterrent system mitigates potential bird strikes. However, the FAA does not accept falconry as a deterrent. I, and more importantly, the air safety experts, including Cal pilots and Captain Sully Sullenberger, know why. During the most recent walnuts harvest in October, I drove by the boundary of the landfill off Newcastle Road on 5 occasions between the 7-day period, and this is what I saw. I don't think the falconry program works. That's hundreds of birds. And I took this with my iPhone, which has metadata, which proves this was taken over their landfill, and it's date stamped. So for them to say there are no birds, we have mitigated this issue, it's untrue. This was over a 7-day period, 5 days that I went over there. Each and every day, this is what I saw. I really can't stress enough of the most critical importance is the fact that the FAA has submitted a letter stating a strong position of direct opposition to the expansion and has threatened to withhold future grants that the airport relies on to operate. Had the Planning Commission received this notice prior to their hearing, I'm sure they would not have gone against the federal government position and would have declined the proposal. The FAA states the county, as the airport sponsor, has received federal grant funding and is therefore obligated to comply with federal grant assurances. The county should take appropriate action to resist the use of land at or near the airport to uses which are compatible with airport and aircraft operations. They go further to state failure to restrict land uses to those compatible with airport operations identified in the airport circular could result in a finding of noncompliance with applicable grant assurances and could affect future grants for Stockton Metropolitan Airport. We should not jeopardize future millions of dollars in federal grants for the benefit of one company that adds comparatively little value to our county. You know, when you're talking about 70% of the trash coming from outside the county, why would we do something like that? Give up millions of dollars for the threat? Lastly, please consider two very important facts. The county owns and operates their own landfill facilities within the county with the combined ability to handle all the needs of our county's trash far into the future and pose less environmental impacts and threat to human safety. And number two, I mentioned about only 30% of the waste comes within county. Why put county at extreme and unnecessary risk for the benefit of one company in the counties within the state? The bottom line is that this project is simply not compatible with the long-term vision of our county. This important decision will impact the county's future board of decisions 20 years and greater down the road and may prove to protect the important investments the county has made developing the airport. The landfill is a ticking time bomb. God forbid a plane with passengers is lost or a food safety catastrophe occurs. Would you want to be known as the board member who approved and enabled this to happen? One may think that should a catastrophe occur, given the litigious state we're in, would you want to be potentially open yourselves and the county up to potential civil suit and have that on your conscience? Thank you.
Thank you. David Strecker or Grant Thompson? Anybody else for the appellant?
I'm Grant Thompson. I don't want to be redundant here in everything that's been said. I concur with what everything's been said. I've lived on Jacktone Road. Tom's been at my house. 73 years old, and I've lived there all my life. And this is something that's come upon us. We didn't realize it was there even to begin with. And all of a sudden we have this mountain on the horizon. And I think about what's our county going to be like in the future. We're growing like crazy. We're starting to be part of the Bay Area, and this is a barrier to growth thing. And I just beg you to think about what the future holds, especially like was just mentioned. There is other things that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning, David Strecker. I'm a fifth-generation farmer here in San Joaquin County. I'm the president of Farm Bureau here in San Joaquin County, but I am here representing the entire industry, the thousands of jobs in agriculture in this county and the billions of dollars of revenue in this county. And I came here only for one purpose today. I brought with me here a copy of Alameda County's Board of Supervisors' last meeting, an agenda. I only came here to throw it away in a San Joaquin County receptacle. That's the only reason I'm here today. I brought this garbage here. I may have done that on purpose. I may have done that on accident. We can argue that all day long. But this is your boardroom floor, and you guys can choose how we move forward. You may give me the option to pick that up and properly dispose of it. You may ask me to remove myself from the chamber. You may have it fixed. You may have it cleaned up, and you may fine me for doing that. You have that choice. But if this was your field, I'm not liable anymore. I may get fined. I may have done it on purpose. I may have been caught doing it. But now it's your problem if this is your field. You have a bigger risk of what's going to happen to you. So I'd like to pick that up. I'd like to actually take it with me, and I'd like to dispose of it properly, see if I can have it recycled. The only reason the landfill would pick that up is if it was a check endorsed to them. But I'd still lose because I'd probably get trampled in the stampede. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strecker. Is there anyone else, sir? Hang on one sec. This gentleman has, go ahead, come on up. Would you state your name, please?
Sure. My name is Andy Wilson. I'm on the board of directors for California Pilots Association, and I was invited here by the appellant, but over and above that, our general counsel had written a letter during the period of comments, it was a situation beyond my control. I couldn't participate in the hearings. However, previous to this, I have appeared not only before you, the COG, ALUC, Chamber of Commerce, and the Planning Commission. So I'm well aware of the situation here in the aviation light. So there have been some comments on aviation. What I'll do is I won't duplicate or repeat those due to time. One of the things that people are emphasizing on aviation, this 10,000-foot arc, and that circles the entire airport. So it's both ends of the runway. It covers both. But however, what people are not talking about in the aviation world in presentation is the fact the approach to the end of the runway could have a side dimension from the center line of 2 miles on either side. Now, the aviation consultant for the applicant did a great job in outlining all this and describing this. So when people are talking about a center line and the landfill is to the side or to the right, that's true, but it's in error because that's protected airspace by the FAA. Now, you've heard some comments, planes do arrive and depart over the landfill, and that's also emphasized in the applicant's paper. They did a good job. So that airspace is owned by the FAA. It's owned by the pilots. So one of the problems in his paper is that he did not address the bird issue. So he did a wonderful job on the technical part, the aviation part. So when it comes to the EIR, it's not complete. So the other issue I would like to bring up is that in the airport layout plan for Stockton, paragraph 3.3.3.5, new land uses that may cause visual, electronic, or increased bird strike hazards to aircraft in flight shall not be permitted within any airport's influence area. New. So specific characteristics of land use proposals to be evaluated include a number of things, including birds. There were 2 letters written to this comment. One was by the Farm Bureau and one was by the ALUC. So the issue was, how can we say not approve new landfills within 5 miles of the airport? Now they argued we should not allow expansion of the existing landfill. And they're quite extensive letters. So we agree with that. The expansion shouldn't be approved. So what Cal Pilots would do is these are declared hazards. The airspace over the existing landfill is protected by the FAA. The study, as a matter of fact, the study shows this. So in conclusion, Cal Pilots would request that you honor the appellant, not approve this expansion, and make changes to the DEIR. It's not complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on up and state your name for the record.
My name is Jim Ferrari. I'm past president of San Joaquin Farm Bureau. And I didn't sign up to talk because I didn't think I'd have to, but I want to emphasize one point. I live in Linden, and it's far enough away from this, but it will affect me. If there's the problem with bacteria flying on pieces of paper and hitting the cherry crop and having a recall, it affects the whole industry. And the cherry industry is very significant. bad press will do, just like the LR situation in the past, some bad press ruined the whole industry. And we have not only cherries, but we have walnuts there. And the papers are going to land on the walnuts that picked up. If there's bacteria on them, God knows what can happen. And that's just the one point I wanted to emphasize to you, that it affects everyone that grows these crops in the county. It's not just the few guys that are right immediately next to it. It affects us all. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other cards, so is there anyone else wishing to speak on behalf of the appellant? If not, then we are going to move to the project proponent. Mr. Hakem, I have a whole slew of cards here, so
Thank you, Chair.
kick it off for us.
Thank you, Chairperson Miller. We do have an order of presentation. After I speak, there'll be other speakers behind me. So good morning, Chairperson Miller and Supervisors. Mike Hakem, 3414 Brookside Road in Stockton. I have some opening comments, and following my presentation, as I indicated, there'll be additional speakers. We've selected specific speakers to respond in detail to the various issues raised both in the written appeal and as raised by the presenters this morning. So between my presentation and the last presentation, we believe that you'll hear our thoughts, position, and issues, and how we understand the issues to be submitted to you for deliberation this morning. By way of brief background, the currently proposed infill areas are not currently in agriculture use, are not considered prime agricultural land, and as such, the infill project will not convert agricultural land to a non-agricultural use, and we submit to you an important consideration: there's no impact or loss of prime farmland. I would like to run through some of the specific issues that have been submitted in written form. Again, the speakers behind me will respond more to the oral presentations made today. I'm going to be responding primarily to the written appeal that was filed by the Farm Bureau. One of the decisions that they questioned was, why did we utilize a supplemental EIR and not a subsequent EIR? Staff recommended a supplemental EIR as concurred with County Council, and we accepted that presentation issue, and we think it was the right decision to make, to use the supplemental and not a subsequent. The revised EIR that comes before you is only for 17.3 acre infill located within the existing disturbed area. In all respects, the revised landfill project, different than the 184 project of a few years ago, is a much smaller infill project. It has much smaller reduced footprint and environmental impacts on the project, what I think is very worthy of your consideration today. The contents of the infill project are either less significant, and they've been analyzed in detail in the environmental document as set forth by Mr. Funderburg in his staff presentation to you. We also have been raised by the opposition in their appeal that there was a question of whether there was a need to recirculate the environmental document. We know from our research that recirculation is only required when significant new information is added to the EIR. As described in our responses, there are no new significant unmitigated impacts that have been identified, and only minor modifications to the existing mitigation measures, and therefore recirculation is not required. In addition, there's an overarching concern that was raised that the mitigation conditions as well as the project particulars are voluntary and not mandatory. As John Funderburg indicated in his board letter and his presentation this morning, all of the mitigation measures are included as conditions of approval, and all of them are implemented and fully enforceable by the county. The county will use the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program to ensure that all environmental impact conditions will be implemented as required. An issue has been raised that the truck traffic noise issue is going to be difficult to enforce, but as a practical reality, in terms of window or door insulation, we can't force any of the neighbors to accept the recommended mitigation. We can only invite them to accept the mitigation, and we would pay for it, and that's been put forth. And John Funderburg indicated the county will follow up and monitor that we have given that opportunity to all of the residents that were in that noise reduction study area. There's also an issue that's been raised about self-policing and that the litter control is not something that's going to be enforceable. As described in the staff report, the San Joaquin County Environmental Health Department has a local enforcement agency called an LEA for the California Department of Resources and Recycling. Your LEA is a county employee, and he's totally independent from the forward landfill, and I believe he's here today if you had any questions of him and his most recent inspections. The LEA makes monthly inspections of the forward landfill using a checklist containing many different inspection requirements that include litter control, among others. And as confirmed, we're not aware of any violations of concern that were reported in the monthly inspections. So whatever videos are being shown, no one's reporting that to us, and if they were reporting it to us, we would be out there picking it up as we do on a daily basis in all the areas where there is litter. We can't be responsible if we don't know that something's come off a truck, and when we're told of that, either directly by the hotline, and we've established a new litter control officer that'll be charged 24/7 with enforcing and policing the requirement. So as soon as we know there's been a litter issue, we are absolutely out there quickly to resolve the issue and take responsibility for our activities. There's an issue raised on the finding number 2 in the county's detailed staff report. There's a distinction between on-site frontage and off-site frontage. The applicant's project currently is on-site with frontage on Austin Road. There'll be no change to the frontage requirements, and there'll be no change to the roadway improvements. Roadway improvements is a different concept than traffic mitigations required in a traffic study report. They're two different issues, and they're separated, and they don't overlap. So we are compliant with finding 2 that we have on-site connectivity to our current frontage on Austin, and we have a statement of override relative to the other significant and unavoidable traffic mitigations for which there's no mitigation. Most of that is cumulative background. In other words, it's not generally related just to the traffic of the landfill. There's cumulative background that takes into consideration all of the existing and future growth as you project out for the term of the environmental document. And for those impacts, there is no mitigation. There is mitigation, and we accept our responsibility for fair share to the extent that mitigation is allowable. But where there is no mitigation and there's no opportunity to fix the traffic problem, it's just the way the system is geared that you can't turn down a project because of cumulative impacts where there's a statement of override. Another issue that became important was the Brocchini parcel. I don't know how much clearer we can make it. In the prior use permit process, a specific condition was placed on the Brocchini parcel that no landfill activities, no waste placement, and no disposal and no composting or storage could be utilized on the Brocchini parcel. That's a condition that's in existence today. It was in existence from the prior project. We validate it. We accept the responsibility for that, and staff's indicated that they don't understand really why the issue is raised on Brocchini. It's not part of our project. It's not part of our project description, and we don't intend to utilize the Brocchini parcel. Our falconry program has been in existence for about 10 years. We're very proud of it, and it's been a very effective mitigation program for the bird hazard issue. You'll hear from the airport, probably going to be, I was going to say this morning, but it looks like it's going to be closer to this afternoon quickly here, regarding the airport's position that they have no opposition to our request, and they're out there every day charged with handling the airport operations and flight safety, and they're of the opinion that we share that the falconry program has been successful in keeping birds away from the landfill. There are other birds in the area that come through relative to existing agricultural activities, other food sources, other lakes in the area. There's especially also birds over the airport. Our falconry program not only protects the landfill, it also has been a separate benefit in protecting the airport. And that's a condition that's mandatory in our approval that we continue the falconry program. There was a letter submitted to Mr. Funderburg from a local pilot who flies regularly in and out of the Stockton airport. He stated in writing for the record that he is very comfortable with the falconry program. He believes it's proven to be effective and has not had any issue with birds relative to the landfill. We are outside the 10,000-foot requirement approved and confirmed by the Airport Land Use Commission. I don't think that's an issue where the information comes from that we're not. It's been approved by your county staff as well as the Airport Land Use Commission. We're outside the 10,000-foot requirement or the advisory 33B. There's a number of benefits at project. I'm going to run through some of them. They're listed at page 93 of the board letter in the approval section. It's going to provide a cost-effective and long-term stable disposal capacity. It'll support industrial and commercial growth. We're the only Class 2 facility in San Joaquin County. It will assist your requirements for the California state legislative mandate for recycling and increased benefit reuse. The landfill is included in your integrated waste management plan. It's an integral part of the county program. We assist the county in meeting their state law requirements, short and long-term goal disposal needs. We also have a cannery waste. The cannery employs approximately 4,000, and we participate in that. And if we weren't there, I don't know. I don't think the can function in county. I'm closing with a brief comment. No, the plant project 5-0 basis. An important statement. It wasn't 3-2. It wasn't 4-1. It was 5-0. Planners were ecstatic about the mitigations that are built into the program that will continue with the approval, and we're benefiting the area with the additional falconry program, our 24-hour, 27 litter control manager. So we're offering improvements as best we can. In closing, it's a 17.3-acre infill located within the disturbed area. I need to point out it's basically a 5% increase to the total acreage. 5% is a pretty small increase, and this would extend our landfill from 2030 to 2036. It's a small extension, and we respectfully request your consideration. I'd like to introduce Kevin Bossa, who will be the next speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Bosso, and it's my pleasure to be here today to talk about our landfill development project. This has been a long time coming. It's been 6 months since we did receive full support at the Planning Commission on the 5-0 vote for this use permit. And prior to that, yes, we did have a project on what we're calling the Brokini parcel. And that project was denied here at this board on we asked for an override for majority vote, override because we were inconsistent with the airport land use plan. That was the prior project. That was within the 10,000-foot zone. This project is modified much less. We heard the concerns. We're back here with a much smaller project, 17 acres, outside the 10,000-foot zone. And this project has been fully vetted through the FAA, through their formal permitting process. It was deemed to be non-hazardous to aviation. Additionally, we were found consistent with the airport land use plan. So we're quite proud to have this project here. Forward Landfill was established in 1973 by my father and grandfather. It was established adjacent to the City of Stockton active landfill that was in operation since the mid-50s. 2003, after we purchased the City of Stockton Austin Road landfill, we merged the sites, consolidated them into one site, and that's what's operating today, the Forward Landfill. The Brokini parcel was purchased in 2009, and that's where we had aspirations, call it, to expand onto, but again, that is not this project. We have and remain with a permit condition. First 3 words says it all, no landfill activity on that parcel. This project is the 17 acres, and if you look at the slide, there's 2 circles. Both of those circles develop landfill activity outside the 10,000-foot zone and within our existing footprint. The top circle in the northeast corner is 8.7 acres, and that is taking in consideration prior to purchasing the Austin Road landfill, Little John Creek flowed between the two sites. That creek has since been realigned. That area, that 8.7 acres, is actually what was prior creek floodplain. So at the time we consolidated those, the creek had not been moved, so that did not get a use permit at the time. But that creek's been moved for the last 15 years. So it makes sense now to maximize our capacity and maximize our use, incorporate that piece. The lower section, the northwest corner, 8.6 acres, is actually where we have currently an organic composting facility. And that parcel it's the North Fork of Little John Creek. That parcel there is actually permitted for landfill under our current permit conditions in operation. We could go out there and actively develop that fill activity, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to have two waste mass separated by a creek. So in this project, we're proposing to realign that creek to the outside property boundary, and that does two things. It puts a natural barrier or separation between us and the adjacent property owner, and it gives us the ability to incorporate that waste mass into the existing waste mass using environmental controls and liners, tying that in, and then there's airspace gained from what would have been a valley between two waste mass by moving that creek. Very important to note that there is no change in our operation. There is no additional truck trips. There's no additional daily tonnage coming into our operation. It really stays the same. If anything, we're taking on additional mitigation measures written right into our permit. We're going to talk about those a little bit later. One of the things that comes up all the time is we take out of county waste. And yes, we do take out of county waste. Prior to 1990, most municipalities had their own landfills. Here in the county, city of Lodi, city of Tracy, city of Manteca, city of Stockton, all had their own landfills. So in the county, we essentially had these neighborhood landfills. In 1990, the federal government came up with a regulation that required pretty extensive environmental controls be put in place in all landfills. That's very costly, and very capital intensive. And what that did was forced all these neighborhood or municipality landfills to close. And what remained was, and it became an industry standard, was regional sites that took care. Thank you. Regional facilities that took care of more than just the neighborhood site. And that's what we've become. 75% of our waste comes from three counties: San Joaquin County, Sacramento County, and Stanislaus County. So adjacent counties bring 75% of our waste. It's not uncommon for waste to travel county lines or even state lines. Here in San Joaquin County, we do not have a hazardous waste landfill. Our site is not a hazardous waste landfill. It's a Class 2 and Class 3 site. It means we can take some designated waste, industrial waste, in a Class 2 facility up to certain limits. When they exceed those chemical limits, they become hazardous. We do not have a hazardous waste facility here in San Joaquin County. All of the hazardous waste generated in San Joaquin County is exported out of our county. So waste comes in, waste goes out, and that's very typical in most counties and in most states. The benefits. The benefit of taking out of county waste: one, it preserves our San Joaquin County's very own landfills. It also allows us to provide low-cost disposal and collection services for all the residents here in this county, because we have the scale of economies of taking that waste in. Additionally, and again, we're a regional site. Additionally, when we purchased the City of Stockton landfill, and we knew what we were purchasing, we inherited a groundwater contamination issue. And we purchased that in the year 2000. And we've spent millions of dollars the last 20 years addressing that issue, and we have millions of dollars ahead of us to continue to address that issue. And we're going to have a speaker talk a little bit more about that today. And lastly, we share our revenue with San Joaquin County. Of every ton that comes into our site, whether it's generated here in San Joaquin County, Sacramento County, Stanislaus County, we share that revenue with San Joaquin County. And in 2018, that amounted to $2.4 million directly to the county. So that's my part of the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Tom Bruin. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. How do I? Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Tom Bruin. I'm an environmental lawyer. I've been practicing for about 40 years. And for over 30 years, I have represented public agencies and private companies in permitting and expanding solid waste facilities, including many landfills. And I have represented them in legal challenges under CEQA to solid waste facility approval. So I've had a lot of experience in this area and on the topic before you today. I've been asked to comment on two legal issues raised by the Farm Bureau in their appeal. The first being their criticism of the decision by your staff and council to use a supplemental EIR versus a subsequent EIR. First of all, you might ask, what's the difference? There's really only one difference here. And the difference is if you do a subsequent EIR, you are supposed to recirculate the previously certified EIR, in this case for the Brokini parcel, to the public for comment again. As a practical matter, it would make no sense to go out to the public in connection with this project, which doesn't involve landfilling on the Brokini parcel, and say, we want you to comment on that proposal again. Because as pointed out already, this is a much smaller proposal that in no way involves the use of the Brokini parcel. What you have before you is a chart which illustrates why your staff, and we agree, recommended a supplemental EIR in this case. And that is because this is a much smaller project than the one involving the Brokini parcel and does not involve any new significant environmental impacts compared to that prior project. In fact, all of the impacts of this new infill project are either much less or in a few cases the same as the impacts that would have occurred under the Brokini parcel project. So in this case, a supplemental EIR is perfectly appropriate. The courts say that a local agency's decision to use a supplemental EIR is vested in your discretion. They will not interfere with that discretion unless it is entirely unreasonable, which obviously it's not in this case. So we support the decision made by your staff, county council, unanimous planning commission to use a supplemental EIR for this project. And it is no small document. I'm holding up just the supplemental EIR, not the appendices. As you can see, it's over an inch thick. It's very detailed. In my experience in this field, this is really an excellent document, and kudos to John Funderburg and his team for preparing this, because it's really quite excellent. And by the way, the public was allowed to comment on this. The Farm Bureau commented on it. In fact, county staff extended the comment period at the request of the Farm Bureau. So there was no curtailment of public comment on this project. The second legal issue I'd like to discuss very quickly is this roadway improvement finding number 2. Again, that's another legal question. Who better to rely on for interpreting your county code than your planning staff, your county council, and your planning commission? I mean, I think that's the simple answer to this appeal on that ground. We are not increasing traffic to the facility under this program. It's going to be the same under this project. And clearly, roadway access to the facility is perfectly fine. We've never had a problem with access to the facility, so the finding can and should be made. I'd like to talk about one issue I wasn't asked to comment on, and that is the question of litter from landfills. For over 20 years, I was the general counsel for the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, so I know a little bit about agricultural areas and landfills because my agency had the Johnson Canyon landfill, which was surrounded on 3 sides by row crops. And when we went through an expansion of that landfill 8 years ago, a couple of neighboring farmers talked about certification of their crops. It was a big issue then, as apparently it is now. What I want to tell you is we really studied that thoroughly for the agency, and we found no case in the state ever where litter from a landfill was found to have caused a crop to be contaminated. Now, references have been made to romaine lettuce, and there were 2 incidents I know of in the Salinas Valley where there was a contamination issue. One involved cows, and one involved pigs. They both got out of the areas they were supposed to be contained in, got into a romaine crop, and did the same thing that birds do. And that caused the contamination. Litter has never been found to cause contamination. And I don't believe that anybody can credibly say that this has happened in this county or ever will happen in this county. So I wanted to add that as well. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Don Litchfield.
Thanks, Tom. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Don Litchfield. I'm Forward Landfill's environmental manager. I've been in the industry approximately 25 years, and I've been with Republic the previous 12 years. Most people don't think too much about what happens to their garbage after they place it in the trash bin. But unlike the old days when garbage was merely dumped in a pit or a big pile, modern landfills are complicated facilities designed to protect the environment, the workers, and the public that use them on a daily basis. The regulations and policies we follow are generally not self-policing and require an extensive effort. Our landfill management team includes at least a dozen regulatory agencies with whom we maintain partnerships and ongoing working relationships. We have over 1,000 permit criteria with various local and state agencies which are monitored through monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, and annual inspections and reporting. Our lead enforcement agency, the San Joaquin County Health Department, inspects our facility operations several times a month. In addition, the regulatory agencies, Republic also performs internal compliance audits of all of our facilities. It's not unusual for a landfill to be required to take corrective action by a particular agency. Whenever required, Forward Landfill takes prompt corrective action. Based on my experience, I know that regulatory compliance is a key issue with almost every landfill in the state. And while we may not be perfect, overall, Forward Landfill has a very good compliance record. We are committed to maintaining regulatory compliance and proactive in taking corrective action when necessary. To assist us with this effort, we employ a diverse group of industry experienced experts, including many engineers and scientists. Forward's on-site management team has been with the landfill from 10 to 28 years and are constantly training and striving for environmental excellence. We understand that landfills can create impacts, litter, mud on the roads, noise, and odor for our neighbors, and we work hard to minimize those impacts. We take our responsibility of litter control very seriously. We currently deploy at least 3 layers of litter collection, including large portable fences near the working face called bull fences that can be adjusted daily for weather and wind direction changes. A second layer of interior fences downwind of the active area, and additional fencing of sensitive areas within the landfill property, such as sedimentation basins, bordering farms, and creeks. And finally, a fully encompassing perimeter fence. Landfill staff perform daily inspections and collection of all collection infrastructure, including roadways and neighboring ditches. We feel we have a pretty good litter program that is monitored by the local enforcement agency, and we have not received any violations. However, we have read the opposition's objections to the infill project and have therefore included additional litter control enhancements with the project mitigations. These include additional litter control fences when required, addition of road signs enforcing the county tarping ordinance and speed limits, hiring of a landfill litter control manager dedicated to this important task, and a dedicated 24-hour call-in number for nuisance complaints. Because road safety is a top priority for us, we currently have a very extensive mud control program so that vehicles leaving the facility do not track mud out onto the roads. We have internal paved roads for stretches along the landfill exit routes to allow mud to drop off before the trucks leave the landfill. We also use water trucks to facilitate roadway cleaning and for dust control during dry weather. During wet weather, we also deploy our street sweeper and activate our truck wash system. All trucks that leave the landfill during wet weather are required to pass through the truck wash system. To further enhance our mud control program as part of the infill project, again, we'll establish a dedicated 24-hour call-in number for any nuisance complaints. For those of you that have been out to the landfill, you know that the landscape in the area has changed a lot in recent years. Instead of a mostly agricultural area, there is now the California Health Facility, the BNSF Railroad Facility, and many other industrial and commercial complexes that have been or are currently being constructed. All these facilities, including our own, contribute to the noise in the area. We currently control noise impacts by the landfill by posting speed limit signs and by limiting our operating hours from 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and from 6:30 a.m. to noon on Saturdays. As part of the infill project, we're also providing funding for sound barriers and for additional insulation in designated areas that could be impacted by the noise from our landfill haul routes. Forward also maintains an odor management plan, which includes daily inspections, a weather station, and patrols of the landfill perimeter with focus on potentially odor-emitting activities. We also maintain a small working face at the landfill in an effort to minimize odors and for prompt covering of municipal solid waste at the end of each day. As part of the infill project enhancements, we are implementing the dedicated 24-hour call-in number for odor complaints. I hope you can see that the landfill team cares for the environment and for the public's health and safety at and near our facilities on a 24-hour daily basis. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Sangeeta Lewis with Lewis Engineering.
Morning. Just that. Afternoon, sorry. It's been a long day already. My name is Sangeeta Lewis with Lewis Engineering. I'm a civil engineer, and I've worked on the Ford Landfill project for almost 30 years. And in that time, I can personally attest to the efforts that Ford has made to be a good neighbor. And I've been hired on numerous occasions to create plans and help them with landfill operations, and I do that for many landfill facilities throughout the state. So with that, we certainly understand the concern of the Farm Bureau with farm safety, and being a good neighbor, following the August hearing where we heard some of the testimony, Ford asked, what can we do better? If farm safety is a concern, let's reach out and figure out if there's some improvements we can make. So they hired a farm safety certification company and tasked them with coming out to the landfill and reviewing the operations and seeing if there was any improvements that could be made. And the company that they hired is a company called SCS Global. They are a recognized expert in doing farm safety certifications for third parties. They also do training for certification programs for the agricultural community, and they're experts in the Food Safety Modernization Act. So we had them come out to the site in early December, and prior to coming to the site, we spoke with them a little about landfill operations, and they developed a checklist. And I will, I have the results of their kind of checklist and their assessment on this slide. So they identified in the checklist of the Global Gap certification, they identified mitigation targets to assess when they visited the site. And on their site visit, they spent a long time. They spent all day. They checked the landfill. They checked the surrounding areas. They spoke with the operational staff. They looked at the infill development areas. And what they found with all of the questions that they had were that there were existing operational control programs at the landfill, as Don has just discussed, and they felt that those programs were more than adequate to address the farm safety impacts and issues that are out there. There was a conversation that was held with respect to litter between the auditor and the foreman of the site, and he mentioned that, yes, it's fairly simple. If a farmer wants us to come pick up litter on their field, they just need to call us. They collect litter on the roadways daily. They're very open and have collected litter in the farmers' fields when they've been requested. And there's been some farmers who haven't wanted them on their property. So there's not a lot we can do with that if we're not requested to go onto property and given access to collect litter. But we're always very open to that. So the recommendations of SCS Global were to continue the existing programs. They noted that these programs have daily inspections that are performed by the landfill operations staff. They're also overseen by regulatory agencies such as the Water Board and the County Environmental Health Agency, so they're not self-policing. And, as you have noted as well, the existing farms, many of them already have certification programs, and as has been noted by the farmers, nothing we're doing is really changing the operations. We're not increasing tonnage, we're not increasing traffic, we're going to continue existing operations. If anything, this project enhances the mitigation monitoring program, so it reduces some of the impacts. And it also, by moving the creek, we create a buffer to the south so that it reduces some of the impacts to the neighbors to the south. So that's what I have to say about the farm safety. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Aaron Hook to talk a little bit about groundwater. Oh, sorry, I wanted to put the report in the record.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Aaron Hook. I'm a principal scientist with Arcadis, and I'm the project manager for a team of hydrogeologists and engineers that support the Forward landfill on the groundwater remediation project. The first and most important point to understand about the groundwater issue associated with the Forward landfill is that the volatile organic compound, or VOC, impacts the groundwater are a historical issue, and they're attributed to the former City of Stockton Austin Road landfill. Mr. Basso explained earlier, Republic Services assumed responsibility or discharger rights for cleanup of the pre-existing legacy groundwater impacts when the Austin landfill was combined with the Forward landfill back in 2003. That's important because the former Austin landfill started operations back in the 50s, as discussed earlier, when state and federal regulations allowed for waste to be placed in unlined channels, unlined pits. So those channels are now overlain by these Subtitle D liners. And the Subtitle D regulation went into effect to address that exact issue. It was to create a better landfill that protects groundwater. So the project before you today is the infill project, and it will be completely constructed of the Subtitle D liners. Subtitle D liners are composed of 2-foot thick engineered clay layer that's overlain by a 60-millimeter welded HDPE geomembrane liner, which is then overlain by another foot of engineered drainage material and a foot of operational fill material. These liners prevent downward migration of contaminants, and in combination with the landfill gas and leachate collection systems, they effectively cut off the pathways to groundwater that existed from the former Austin Road landfill. And another point that's just pointed out here on the slide is the 17.3 acres compared to the permitted area of 355 is just a net increase of 5%. Forward has many programs in place to address the legacy groundwater impacts. The robust monitoring program includes quarterly sampling of over 50 wells, and it's conducted under the supervision of the Central Valley Water Board. There's also extensive hydrologic investigation and testing, and it's been conducted at the site for many years and will be conducted for years to come because this is a long-term issue. but the Water Board did recently concur that the impacts have been delineated both laterally and vertically. It's a very important step in the cleanup program and one that was accomplished this year. Forward also continuously operates a groundwater extraction and treatment system along the northern boundary of the landfill to capture and treat these legacy impacts. They remain beneath the existing landfill, beneath those subtile deliners, so this system has to be in place and operated continuously. And this program is designed to restore the benefit of the shallow aquifer in accordance with the Central Valley Water Board requirements. Forward also conducts a residential well sampling program and water supply replacement program. I'll tell you a little bit about that. For the past 3 years, 65 residential wells have been sampled, and of those, 54 have not registered a detection of a chemical associated with the impacts from the former Austin landfill. And at this time, 50 wells remain in the program, and they're sampled twice a year in concurrence with a Water Board request. Bottled water is also supplied and has been for many years to residents on Austin Road and Newcastle Road. And this past year, water treatment systems were installed by Forward at 4 residences on Austin Road and 10 residences on Newcastle Road. These systems are operated, sampled, and maintained by Forward at no cost to the residents. And lastly, there are 3 other residents on Newcastle Road that are considering connection to a city water system in lieu of these treatment systems. It's an option that was offered by Forward. And Forward has already installed a water main service line along Newcastle Road to facilitate that connection if they choose to go that route. Thank you. With that, I'll now turn it over to Barbara Lichman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Barbara Lichman. I'm counsel to Forward for aviation and airport issues. And I've been doing this, whether this speaks well or ill, for 25 years. So I've confronted some of these problems before. As a threshold matter, I think it's very important to emphasize the fact that the letter from Brian Armstrong, upon which the appellant relies heavily, relates to an entirely different project. Apparently, Mr. Armstrong was misinformed about the attributes of this project, which is an infill project contained within the confines of the larger landfill, as opposed to an expansion of the boundaries, an extension. That's not what this is. Now, what speaks most vocally for the change is that this time, both the Planning Commission and the Airport Land Use Commissions found the project consistent. The Airport Land Use Commission with the relevant Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, which it had not done before, as we are all well aware. Now, on what basis did the Airport Land Use Commission make that new determination? Well, on October 12th, 2017, the Federal Aviation Administration, which has preemptive authority under federal law to make determinations with regard to aircraft and airport safety, reached the conclusion that this project, the new project, the infill project, would not interfere or cause a hazard to air navigation, either through obstruction to air navigation or through the creation of wildlife hazards. Now, hazard, I know this gets down into the weeds here, but hazard has 2 components also. One is FAA, Federal Regulation, Part 77. That's the obstruction standard. Per its requirements, per its obligations, Forward submitted the required Form 7460-1 to the FAA, and the FAA responded with, oh, by the way, I should mention, those 7460s are analyzed by 6 departments of the agency. And they found that this new project did not constitute an obstruction. Further, the agency analyzed the project with regard to 2 other advisory circulars. That is, Advisory Circular 5200-33B and apparently 34A, which is beside the point at this time because it was not articulated in their decision. But 33B has 2 sections, and it was analyzed under both. And it was found not to constitute a wildlife. This new project was found not to constitute a wildlife hazard. Now, I will explain the basis of that, or I will have a colleague of mine explain the basis for that determination. My colleague is David Bennett. He's the retired Director of Airport Safety and Standards for the Federal Aviation Administration. Pardon me, I have some documents.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is David Bennett. I have a consulting firm based in Potomac, Maryland, specializing in FAA airport regulations and policies. As background, I worked for the FAA for 29 years. The last 12 years of that, I was director of the office that's responsible for issuing airport standards, including wildlife hazard management standards, and is also responsible for FAA airport grant compliance. I was asked by Forward Inc. to review how the FAA policies for separation of the airfield and a landfill would apply to the infill project. As we've heard, all parts of this project are more than 10,000 feet from the airport operations area, so that's simply not an issue. That meets the FAA standard. The second FAA standard is a 5-mile distance applies conditionally, only, quote, if the attractant could cause hazardous wildlife movement into or across the approach or departure airspace. So need to be 3 things, and that's the movement of wildlife, of course, birds here. Movement has to be hazardous to aircraft, and it has to be through a traffic pattern of an airport. The one that this, clearly does qualify is that the traffic pattern of the airport does come close to the infill project. However, I'd note that at that distance from the airport, this is about 2 miles from the runway, aircraft arriving and departing would be above 500 feet. So the pattern isn't down to the surface there. It's really at a realistic altitude for aircraft at that distance. And I think that the 10,000-foot standard, when it applied, really took into account that altitude and assumed that things outside of 10,000 feet would not be a hazard, even if there was some effect on the pattern. So looking at that, the standards for by the own terms of this requirement, if the landfill doesn't actually cause movement of birds through the pattern, the 5-mile standard would not apply. The observation over time has shown that that really is the case here. The county had a professional wildlife hazard assessment conducted by Mead and Hunt, 2014 and 15. And of all the species they observed, gulls would be the ones most closely associated with landfills and with bird strikes near landfills. That assessment, conducted over a year, counted very few gulls over the course of the year and none in the vicinity of the forward landfill. The assessment also noted that the airport had 50 reported bird strikes from 1990 to 2015. That had gone up to 62 by 2015, and I guess we've had some more since then. If that sounds high, it's not. That is a low number, and it really tends to support the findings in the Mead and Hunt assessment, that there's not a lot of bird activity in this area. For perspective, I understand that Sacramento had 2,689 bird strikes by 2017, compared to 62 here. And also, none of the reported bird strikes at Stockton appeared to be related to a flight near the airport, at least the ones through 2016. And for the new ones, we understand there have been some more. We heard that. That doesn't mean that they're near the landfill. I assume that they would follow the same distribution, the ones observed before. So both direct observation over time and I know there'll be snapshots of pictures here and there, but over time, professional wildlife assessment and the FAA bird strike database, which is a completely separate objective measure, show that there's just not the movement of birds through the airport traffic pattern that would be the kind of problem that was intended to be addressed by the FAA's 5-mile standard. So I think the lack of birds in the vicinity can largely be attributed to the forward mitigation program using 2010, using falconry, which is accepted by the FAA, by the way. And I think it also probably owes something to the nature of this area, which has lots of other things attracting wildlife in it, and the landfill does not stand out. But the results of this mitigation program, which clearly is effective, have been confirmed by independent monitoring and annual reassessments, and that is consistent with the Meade and Hunt observations showing very little gull activity at the landfill. And I understand that the program has been proposed as a mandatory condition of approval of the project, so it will continue. So the project meets the FAA standard for separation of 10,000 feet from the airfield, and the other conditional 5-mile standard I don't think should apply in this case. As Ms. Litchman stated, FAA reviewed the infill project on the basis of these same standards as the part of the formal FAA Part 77 review and had no objection to the project. And as someone noted, that's not a normal part of the Part 77 review, but it was in this case. We had a letter from the FAA saying that the airspace analysis and review was held up just for the wildlife issue, so we know where they were looking at it. And when the FAA cleared the Part 77 review, they were clearing the wildlife issue as well. So the separation between the project and the airport meets the standards in the advisory circular, and that means the county is going to remain in compliance with its grant agreements for safety and land use compatibility. It doesn't mean that someone in the FAA won't ask you about wildlife or the distance separation sometime in the future, but it does mean that the county can show it meets standards, has a good compliance attitude, has an active program for mitigation, and it's staying in compliance with its grant agreements. So given this, looking at the forward's ongoing program, compliance with the advisory circular, especially being outside of 10,000 feet, and just the county's compliant attitude, I just, on my basis, my experience with grant assurances, which goes, and grant compliance going back probably 25 years, I don't see any risk of the county losing any grant agreements out of this, or even having FAA go after the grant agreements. We're all done.
Madam Chair, we have no more scheduled speakers. It's my understanding there are other persons in the audience who want to speak in favor of our position and to support the overturn the appeal.
Thank you. I have a couple of cards here. Mr. Russell Stark and Ron Elliott from the airport. I'm assuming you're going to come on down together. You seem to be a team, so here you go.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Happy New Year. We'll start with that. My name is Russell Stark. I'm Director of Stockton Airport.
Ron Elliott, Deputy Director.
We are not here to support or oppose the project, but we are here to mention that Forward Landfill, as neighbors to the airport, are excellent neighbors. They do allow us to schedule tours, and they have done so with the FAA ADO office, and members of our tenant base have conducted tours of the Forward Landfill. And I've conducted a tour of the Forward Landfill because of some of the concerns that I had when I first arrived. And it's an amazing facility over there, and if you haven't been over there, I recommend you take a tour. The second thing I'd like to bring up is that land use. We talk about the bird hazard, wildlife mitigation. Forward Landfill does have an active bird mitigation program, and as you know, our region is an agricultural region, and the airport is surrounded by farmland. We have farming operations going on the airport and immediately outside the airport fence. And we have not seen an increase in bird hazards or bird incidents. They've been consistent. 2018, we had 7, and in 2019, we had 7. And then if you want to go back farther, 2017, I think we had 12. So in actuality, we have a decline and then a pretty constant reporting of bird strikes on the airport. With that, I just want to say that Forward Landfill is a great neighbor. They let us know what's going on, and if we have to post notems, they let us know of that. Ron, do you want to?
Ditto what Mr. Stark said, and also like to add that I've been here for about 5.5 years, and just want to publicly thank Forward Landfill for not only their coordination but their consideration as they've moved through this process, working with the FAA, ADO offices with their 7460-1s, and it's been a pleasure. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chesley, do you want to make a comment in regards to the airport land use plan and if anything has changed, and just provide a little input for the board?
Thank you, Chair Miller, members of the board. My name is Andrew Chesley. I'm the Executive Director of the San Joaquin Council of Governments, which acts as the Airport Land Use Commission in San Joaquin County. I really am only here to answer any questions that you might have regarding this, but just so that you are aware, the Airport Land Use Commission is a designation that's provided by the state of California and is given to the Council of Governments by the individual jurisdictions here in San Joaquin County. We adopt airport land use plans for the 6 public access airports here in San Joaquin County, Stockton Metropolitan Airport, of course, being the largest. And that plan is adopted by the board. Staff implements the plan. There is an appeal process associated with if someone objects to the findings that are made by staff with this, and it's to the jurisdictions themselves regarding the appeal process, active appeal process. This board went through back in 2012 over the original Forward Landfill proposal. The plan is meant to identify restrictive activities within the airport layout plan, which is 2-dimensional, and when you look at a map, but actually does have a 3-dimensional component to it, because airplanes, of course, fly within at various heights based upon the various layout plans associated with it. And with regard to this particular proposal that you have before you here today, the staff made a determination, a review of our airport land use plan, and determined that it was in conformance with the airport land use plan. There is actually no appeal process associated with that, but there is an appeal process if we were to make a determination the other way. We take this very seriously. I think all of planning directors, Mr. Joaquin, can attest to that. We do take this very seriously in terms of our review of applications that come before us. And based upon the adopted airport land use plan, the San Joaquin Council of Government staff made a determination of conformance with that plan. If you have any questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer them.
Great. Thank you very much. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The document that was submitted by SJCOG has an attachment, or at least it includes the letter from the FAA in regards to the obstructions. Are you familiar with that letter?
I'm familiar with the letters that were provided in 2017 and then the most recent letter from FAA in 2019.
Yeah, this one's out of Texas and it's regard to the obstruction issue, and it's the 2017 letter.
Yes.
And reading it, I don't see, and maybe I'm missing something, and maybe some of the legal counsel could educate me, but I don't see anything about wildlife or birds. I do see things about structures and height and cranes and construction and all those other things. So I don't see anything there that gives a green light to the airport, other than that they're not going to create anything during the construction, et cetera, that would inhibit air travel. The other part of it is that, and Mr. Thunberg, maybe you would be just as knowledgeable, but in this particular letter, there's a comment in here, and there's 3 subsections. It says, this determination, which is in regards to it, expires on 4/2/2019. Has there been an update on that in regards to the validity of this, or there's some of the exceptions which it's all in legalese, so I'm not sure I can understand it. But
I believe, Supervisor, when you're referring to the 7460 determination and then from the FAA determination, that has been resubmitted by the applicant forward, and they do have an extension through, I'm not familiar with the time because I don't have it in front of me, but they have submitted extensions and the FAA has approved that.
Okay, so we don't have a copy of that.
It's in the record. What's the 18-month extension? Through this, thank you. Just through the end of September of this year.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. Was involved before I was on board, a supervisor on City Council and Airport Land Use Commission, and there was a lot of debate back then in regards to this particular issue, and I guess maybe my hope would have been that this particular project would have been brought back to the commission itself as opposed to staff's interpretation. But I'm not being critical. I'm just saying that this is a really major decision on the part of this body and certainly for the future of Ford Landfill. So, but anyway, but I certainly appreciate your staff and your answering the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to ask if the appellant wishes to rebut any of the comments given.
Okay, firstly, thank you for the opportunity to rebut. We do want to note that our office did a full memo analysis of the FAA letter and the 2 different processes, the determination, as well as the recent letter. So there is a memo that was submitted to the clerk of the board, and we'd like that included in the record. First, hit off on the FSMA, Food Safety Modernization Act, just again hitting, those requirements are very strict. And if there is litter in the fields, that can cause an entire crop to be lost and can impact the entire industry, as was addressed. Yes, going back to the project, yes, this revised project is smaller. So we keep talking about how it's a different project, and this one is just smaller. There's entirely new aspects of rerouting in different creek. So those are impacts that weren't addressed previously because this is habitat and other things that were impacted when you change the entire configuration of a stream bed. And that's what's happening now in the southern portion, not as was previously analyzed in the 2013 document. Now we have issues related to the Brokini parcel, and there's a condition that says that, you know, it's not currently allowed to be developed. However, they can come back to the board again and ask for that to be developed. And we've asked repeatedly of the applicant, if you're going to say that this is not part of a future project that needs to be analyzed, include a restrictive deed covenant on this property to make it so that it can never happen again. They have rejected that outright, so that we keep bringing this up. Yeah, because this is an issue that they've brought up in the past, and there's nothing that's restricting them from doing that in the future. So as you can see from our photos, the current bird mitigation practices are not effective. So if they're saying that this is something that's coming down, there's hundreds and thousands of birds out there, and it's something that's not been addressed properly. The recirculation of the SCIR, all of the references to that prior document were in the new, the final SCIR, which should have been recirculated. But in order to reference that, you have to go back to an old document, and that just really impairs someone's ability to analyze everything together, so, which is why we've been asking for recirculation. you know, recent comments were that staff was the best person to review a roadway finding and whether or not that was, no, staff is not. It's the advisory body, the person making the decision, which is specifically included in the code, the language that says who makes that decision. That's you. That needs to come to you. Staff can't say, no, this is satisfactory and this is adequate. That's a decision that's made by you. Now, we keep hearing too that existing programs that Forward's offering are adequate. They've have a whole spew of hired consultants out here to tell you our programs are accurate and adequate and meet those requirements. And if a farmer requests, well, the whole point is they're creating impacts that as the project applicant, they have a duty to mitigate. That's not a burden that needs to go on the farmer to request every time. So while these keep coming up, it's not on the neighbors and shouldn't be on those farmers and the local users that are in neighboring properties that are getting hit with the burdens and asking, hey, can you fix that thing that you're causing? It's not okay. Now, hitting back on this FAA determination, as Supervisor Wynn just discussed, there were several extensions, and in our communications with Ms. Karen McDonald, I have a copy of the emails that we exchanged. She references all 8 of the extensions that received from 2007, from that original 2017 letter, so I have them here. She specifically says, the only comment I can provide is that obstruction evaluation airspace determinations did not address wildlife. So those letters that she identified in each of those extensions, she was the author on those, did not talk about wildlife. That's why it wasn't included in that 2017 letter analysis, as you avidly pointed out. So talking about structures, yes, maybe that determination was clear, but those other impacts from wildlife, which are going to attract dangers to the airport and adjacent uses, those were not. So I would just like to go ahead and submit that for the record as well as our communications with them and say, we remain to be concerned about these issues. And Bruce, do you have anything last to share?
Point of order, Bruce. Point of order, Madam Chair. It's my understanding through County Council for review, only one speaker gets to rebut. You don't bring up multiple speakers in rebuttal. That's been my clear understanding of land use hearings, both at the Planning Commission and the board for many, many years, but I'll defer to the chair and the board.
I'm going to defer to County Council on this one.
I don't believe that we have a standing rule on how many people get to come up, so it's up to the chair and to the board to decide.
Okay.
We're not bringing everybody back up. We're going to add a few points to it, so that's all.
That's fine. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to rebut, Mr. Blodgett, and I'm hoping that you're going to rebut points as opposed to making the same arguments.
Right. Well, and exactly. That's exactly it. And she mentioned the 2017 letter not being relevant, and neither is the. And we just saw the 2014 study that there are no seagulls out there. What kind of birds were those that we showed you earlier? Surrounding that landfill, on that landfill. Those were seagulls. 2014 study was flawed at best. This 2014 study is irrelevant now. The bird mitigation measures don't work and they get worse over time. We see it in agriculture, we see it in everything. They have some limited ability to ward off some birds or scare them into the neighboring fields, if you will, and eventually they fail because they're going to go back to that food source, plain and simple. So to discredit the letter you have, which clearly states the entirety of the project, 8.7 acres, 8.6 acres, adding 8.12 million cubic yards, giving him 6 more years. That's clearly articulated here. The 10,000 feet, it's not the expansion area has to be within the 10,000 feet. It has to be that the landfill is within 10,000 feet. They showed the map 100 times. It showed the landfill's within the 10,000 feet. So guess what? The entire landfill is covered in that, including the areas they expand to. Including the areas they expand to. So discrediting this letter with a 2014 study saying there are no seagulls is absolutely ridiculous. And a 2017 letter that deals with buildings and admittedly doesn't address wildlife impacts. The FSMA issue, and while I appreciate the $2.4 million they're adding to the economy, we're talking about a $2.4 billion with a B, industry, with a multiplier effect of 4 to 5, which means $8 to $10 billion economic impact every year. that you're jeopardizing if you approve this landfill moving forward. That's what's at stake here. Yes, you might lose some money if they have to shut down a couple of years or when they're supposed to. But you're jeopardizing a $10 billion industry in the meantime, billion with a B. And for that, this is just, FAA is real clear. Avoid or restrict, not approve and mitigate. Avoid or restrict. So we should be talking about restricting, not moving forward.
Thank you, Board. We just reiterate our requests. We ask that you approve this appeal, overturn the prior Planning Commission decision, which certified the supplemental EIR and approved Forward's project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hakem, are there any of these final points that you wish to rebut?
I don't think so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Then I have received one more request from someone wishing to address the board during this public hearing. Mr. Jay Wilverding.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Good afternoon. I'm Jay Wilverding, and in addition to being our county auditor controller, I also sit on the County Aviation Advisory Committee. And more relevant, I think, to the discussion is that I am an instrument-rated commercial pilot, and I have a Mooney aircraft that I've had hangared out at the Stockton Metro Airport, which is my current home base since 2014. Just wanted to make some observations that you all can kind of use in your consideration. Is I have had absolutely zero issues with any sort of bird activity related to the Forward landfill. I fly in and around that thing all the time. As a matter of fact, for my first year out at the airport, I didn't even know that there was a landfill out there. Now, I will add that I've had some issues with wildlife on the airport, coyotes and an errant tumbleweed where I've had a couple of close calls, but nothing that I can recall, as far as bird activity in and around the airport at all. Now, I understand Captain Sullenberger has made some comments about that, and I would like to add some comments of my own about bird strike. I actually hit a flock of geese back in 2005, before Sullenberger's event. It was at night. It was about 800 feet off the runway as I took off, and it was at Concord Airport. And so if anybody's going to be sensitive to bird activity around an airport, it's going to be me, especially when you can't even see them at night. What I have noticed in the, 6 or 8 years since that happened is that bird activity seems to happen quite a bit around wetland areas. I can tell you up the airport, it's Franklin is up near the towers off of I-5, has a lot of bird activity up there. And when I go in and out of that airport, I'm very careful. Concord Airport, Sacramento Executive Airport, I know they talked about the international airport activity earlier today. So you do have to be careful. And I think that's just a common thing that you do see around airports is there are birds. But I just wanted to, and I too have toured the Forward landfill, and I was quite impressed with what I saw, just like our airport director and assistant director. So a hat tip to those folks. I just wanted to share my personal experiences. You can take them for what they're worth, but I do have a little bit of unfortunate experience with bird activity and bird strikes. So with that, thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the board at this time? Then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring this back to the board to ask if there are any additional questions of our staff or any comments. Okay, I have, let's see here, got a couple of folks. Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So there are many conflicting versions of the facts here, so it's a little bit difficult to make a determination here. And also, I'd just like to state right up front that I'm very sympathetic and empathetic to our farmers and all the difficulties that they face in trying to do business here with the ever-increasing amounts of regulations and requirements that they have to meet. However, I'm also very sympathetic to private property rights and the ability of property owners to exercise those rights. So I do have a question here about, I don't recall it being mentioned today, but I had heard previously that there was some kind of legal determination that had been about the ability to deny landfill operations. I'd like to address this to Mr. Miles. Can you add any light to that?
Previously, if you're talking about the conversation we had previous, we were talking about whether there was an ability for a county to prohibit the import of refuge or waste from outside of the area. And I made the statement to you that I recalled that was the law, that there wasn't an ability to do that. I've gone back. I haven't been able to pinpoint that, but I'm continuing to look.
Right. Okay. Another issue that had been brought to my attention earlier was the long-term health hazards of landfills in general. So do we have anybody here from environmental health through the chair? Can we ask anybody from environmental health to comment on that? In particular, the landfill operations and this proposed additional authorization.
I don't know how to turn it on. It is? Okay, hi. Sorry. Good afternoon. Casey Foley with Environmental Health, Acting Director. I have with me Robert McClellan. He runs the program for the solid waste unit, and he works with CalRecycle. I brought him to discuss really how we oversee the landfill operations and Forward specifically. Our department doesn't have the expertise on health effects. We would reach out to a state agency, it's called OEHA, which is the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, to evaluate any health effects on a specific entity or activity that's happening. Just the literature that both Robert and I are familiar with does discuss impacts from landfill, maybe landfill gases and volatile organic compounds being associated with cancers, but we don't have any real data on that, and we don't specifically understand those. We just are repeating what we've read. So I don't know if I can answer your question.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the long-term effects of a landfill. They have financial assurances that they have to put into a fund. I think actually their financial assurances are provided by an insurance policy that is to cover that site for environmental issues that may arise in post-closure. So this is past the point of operation. And so anyway, so there are financial mechanisms that are available or in play at this point in time that they have to comply with. CalRecycle is the agency in which oversees that. We have to, when we're reviewing their permits, we have to ask them to see that their financial assurances are in order. So for long-term care, that is one issue. One safeguard.
Right. That doesn't sound like the answer to the question that I asked. So I was trying to find out if you foresee any long-term health adverse impacts as a result of this project.
For this project, it's a continuation of their existing operation. So they have safeguards and controls in place right now to control issues. The big deal with, I'd say, health effects is being exposed. So they have control measures for their gas control system, They have a pump and treat system on site that is currently working on mitigating the plume that they have that came with the place. I mean, so basically, you know, I don't foresee any long-term issues that would arise from this project.
All right, thank you. There was also some discussion earlier about the landfill being in violation of the water quality requirements. Can you comment any on that?
Well, that's the regional board. We do work with the regional board. They visit the site quarterly and conduct inspections regarding water quality issues for the site. They have a cleanup and abatement order that was issued in 2017. They've made changes to their gas extraction system in 2018. They've added 10 wells to capture some of that gas that was creating or contributing to the groundwater plume. They've also made upgrades to their pump and treat system, in which they added a GAC system, which is basically a charcoal system too. Sorry, excuse me. To capture the volatile organic compounds in the water that they're pumping out. So it's a progress. It's a project in progress. They're working toward it, and they've made improvements. And I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Elliott, I believe staff has some more input for you over here. Sir. Thank you. Staff?
So through the chair and supervisor, so thank you, David Kwong again. I want to kind of make 2 points. One is this EIR process really captured the analysis of the prior EIR's impacts and mitigation measure in terms of looking at all the environmental impacts. The second point is in terms of the actual regulatory bodies that has been reviewing on an ongoing basis the operations of the landfill, include those at least 12 agencies that I saw on one of the slides that was presented by one of the applicants, consultants, if you will, which indicated there are from the air district that does the health risk assessment on health effects and carcinogenic effects to water quality and the compliance standards that they're required to follow. They're under compliance plan. So there are, from the standpoint of both the regulatory document, which is the EIR, to all the regulatory agencies that are concurrently still on an ongoing basis reviewing these agencies, reviewing this operation, looked at it from a standpoint of making sure they are in compliance. So from that standpoint, you have a very much a plan that is not only looking at this proposal, but also looking at their current operations in terms of their overall impacts to the community. And they do relate back specifically to health effects in terms of, as I mentioned earlier, their district still looks at it from a standpoint of the health risk assessment and that those kind of impacts. So there is a regulatory body or multiple regulatory bodies that are still on a daily or monthly basis, if you will, looking at the operations of the landfill. And so from that standpoint, I think we can say through the regulatory documents from the EIR standpoint, that we've provided all the information necessary in terms of what's in compliance and what's not. And to my understanding at this date, and maybe John can confirm everything's in compliance. There are some violations, but they have a corrective action plan in which to make compliance and continue with that compliance.
Yeah, as David has spoke to, there are corrective action plans for water remediation and then some of the plumes. And they've been under mandatory compliance for the last, I want to say, as long as I've been involved with the project. And I do want to note that each year we do, through the mitigation monitoring reporting program, we send out to each of the actual agencies that have to review the project to ensure that they're in compliance with the conditions of approval and the mitigation measures. And with that health risk assessment that was done for this project, it was done with a thorough set of eyes through our agency and through our consultant. And Paul Miller, which is with Grissetti's team, I'm sorry. We went back and we reviewed that HRA thoroughly. So I want to turn that over to him. There was a couple of issues that I think Supervisor Elliott alluded to in regards to long-term health effects. And I just want to try to see if we can answer that for you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The microphone's live. Thank you. Paul Miller with RCH Group. And my specialty's been air quality for the last 40 years. On this project, our company reviewed air quality, and we retained SCS Engineers, which is really one of the nationwide experts on air emissions from landfills. Landfills do the long-term health concern from landfills is the gases that come off the landfills. And when the modern landfill regulations came in 1990, as was discussed earlier, the regional landfills all have to have landfill gas collection systems so that they capture the gas inside the landfill. When the garbage deteriorates, they capture the gas, and that's vented through either flares or landfill energy systems. SCS did dispersion modeling so that they looked at what gases after these left the facility and they had been destructed, and the dispersion modeling looked at three types of risks. There's cancer risk, and there's also non-cancer risk, both acute and chronic non-cancer risks. And the SCS report looked at all of those and found that in all three cases they were far below the San Joaquin Valley Air District limits. And the Air District did review all the work that was done by SCS engineers in the health risk assessment. They commented on the draft EIR. Health risk assessment's a complicated science. They commented on that. SCS updated their projections based upon some comments from the Air District. And in those cases, the risk actually went down slightly from what SCS engineers had done previously. So the final risk was 3 in a million versus previously had been 4 in a million. And the limit is 20 in a million, so it's about 1/5 of what's considered safe for a new facility, what they can permit through the Air District. So,
all right. So the Air District was satisfied with the recalculations that were done.
Yes, they were. We engaged them several times. John made sure that we had several ongoing conversations with them, and we responded to 8 different comments about how the remodeling should be done. And so those were each done to the satisfaction of the Air District.
Great. All right. I appreciate that. And I have great confidence in the thoroughness of the Air District, by the way.
Right, yeah.
I dealt with them on a frequent basis.
The Air District is thorough.
Yeah. All right. Some additional safety questions here. So does and I'd like to address this through the chair. I'd like to address this to our airport director again. You basically alluded to the fact that there didn't seem to be any additional safety problems caused by birds. Did I understand that correctly? You haven't seen any, or you don't foresee any additional safety problems as a result of this project?
Sure. Basically, are the stats. So 2017, we had 12 reported bird strikes. 2018 was 7, and 2019 was 7. So we had a downward, and now we're flat. So I don't expect any increases on that.
Okay. How about the issue of the grants being in jeopardy? We were told by one subject matter expert that he didn't think there would be any jeopardy for any of our grant requests or the current grants that we have. Do you agree with that?
From my perspective, yes, I agree with that.
And also, just in general, we got some comments here from one pilot who flies in the area frequently. Do you get feedback from other pilots? Are they concerned about the safety of operating at the airport, or concerned about any safety issues that may be caused by the landfill?
We've had comments from one other aviator. He has no concerns with the landfill, but other than that, we have not received any negative or positive comments from any of the other tenants. Okay.
And I'm not sure whether you can answer this question or not, but there was some mention that falconry was an accepted mitigation by FAA. Are you familiar with that? Or
I cannot answer that question. I'm not familiar with the regulations regarding that.
Okay, so I forget who that was that said that, but through the chair, can we get just a confirmation on that?
I believe that was,
I think,
gentleman that's retired from the FAA.
Yes, it was the retired FAA
yes.
person.
Yes, I'm not a wildlife expert either, but it is one of the things mentioned in the FAA. There's an FAA handbook of mitigation measures, recommendations for airports, and there's lots of different things in there, and falconry is one of them, and many others.
Okay, so falconry is one of the things that is mentioned in the FAA.
I believe so. I'd have to go look and see exactly what it says about it, but there's actually a picture of it in the handbook, so I know it's
okay.
Recognized measure.
All right.
Sir, we've closed the public comment, so we're going to try and get through this process here. Supervisor Elliott, would you like to hear from this gentleman?
Sure. What additional information do you have there?
My name is Andy Wilson. I'm on the board of directors for California Pilots. So it's not new information. This is the AC 150/5200-33B. So the FAA says, to date, no such facility has been able to demonstrate an ability to reduce and sustain hazardous wildlife to levels that existed before the pre-described waste landfill began operating. For this reason, demonstrations of experimental wildlife control measures may not be conducted within the separation identified in sections 1-2 and 1-4. Can't mitigate it.
All right, thank you. And then on this question of whether or not wildlife was included in the FAA letter that said they had no objection based on safety aspects of this project, can we get any firm answer on that? Is it included or is it not? Yes.
Thank you. When the FAA gets an application from Port 77, it's an airspace analysis for obstructions, and it goes to an air traffic office. They circulate it to different offices within the FAA, one of which is airports. The airports office in this case held an objection. It held up the response to the obstruction evaluation because of wildlife. So we have a letter from the obstruction evaluation office that attaches a memo saying airports is looking at the FAA wildlife advisory circulars. It's unusual, but they did it in this case. After the San Francisco district office, airports district office reviewed it and determined they had no objection from a wildlife standpoint, They simply cleared, they removed their objection to the obstruction evaluation. So that obstruction office, Karen McDonald, I guess is her name, then issues a normal obstruction evaluation. It's not going to mention wildlife. It just mentions that the structure is not a problem. It's normal airspace action. So if you ask her if she considered wildlife in her obstruction evaluation, she would say no. We considered the height of the landfill. But because other offices are involved, and one of them was airports, and they had an objection for wildlife, it was held up in this case. And that evaluation was not issued. It wasn't cleared until airports was satisfied that there was no objection to the landfill. So actually both things are true. The decision doesn't speak about wildlife, but FAA did consider wildlife before it allowed that decision to be issued.
All right. Thank you very much. And then on the structural aspect of it, is this project going to increase the height of the forward landfill profile above what it is right now?
I believe that's a no.
Okay, so we're not adding any additional height dangers here.
No, and I guess the airport could confirm that there's no change in the
okay.
approaches.
Thank you very much. Okay, an additional question here for community development. So I believe you had said that we have regular inspections out there. I'm assuming that's our code enforcement type folks. So can we give any assessment as to how serious the litter problem is? What are the results of these assessments that are made?
Good question, Supervisor Elliott. The LEA that enforces the litter control and any type of measurements is the Environmental Health Department. And Robert McClellan, he goes out there, regularly throughout the month to do inspections, so he'd be the best person to answer that. We deal with the mitigation monitoring plan each year. There's conditions of approval that have to be met, and they're set out. So, he's out. He's coming back.
There he is. Okay, timely reappearance.
That's always good.
Okay, were you able to hear the question out there?
Sorry, I did.
Okay, the question was, in the assessments that you make, the inspections that you make out there on a regular basis, how serious do you see the litter problem? Do you consider it, how would you characterize it, and is it getting better, getting worse?
Well, Madam Chair, Board, my experience is there's kind of two issues as it goes to the litter. One is the on-site litter, which is what's generated from the disposal activity. And they have a very good handle on that. They have those bull fences in which Don Litchfield had mentioned before, and then they also have these fences that they put up on the ridge that catches most of it. They do have litter pickers out there almost every day. The other litter is the litter that comes off the vehicles. We've made changes to the fact that, what was happening prior to this was they were having to, trucks would leave untarped. Litter or trash that's in there that would blow out. And so then they asked all their haulers to leave tarped as well. And that's helped some. The truck we've seen in the video, that's a Packer truck. Technically, I don't know exactly why that truck was leaking like that, but it shouldn't have been. I think they must not have compacted the load. But as for whether or not it's getting better, they really do work to try and improve the situation as it pertains to litter. If there's an issue that I bring to their attention, they're quick to call a contractor in, have them, their labor contractor go along the fence line or go along the road and pick it up. I know in the past they have been told that they can't go into the farmer's field. Some of them do not want them there. And so they do make an effort to retrieve litter that has left on the roadside.
Okay, I can certainly understand the farmer's perspective on that in terms of their concern about contaminants being introduced into their crops. So is there anything more we can be doing to prevent that kind of potential contamination?
Well, I mean, leaking from the bodies of the vehicles, that really is a vehicle code section, and I've asked CHP, and their response to me was that we don't have the time for it. And there are certain, haulers that have mechanisms they use instead of tarps that don't work as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we can look at having those folks a certain specific type of tarping on those trucks that might reduce the amount.
Supervisor Elliott, if I'd like to add, is that this litter control manager that the forward team is proposing is going to address a lot of the issues with the tarping and also issues that have to do with notification of vehicles that leave and come to the site, making sure that each of the drivers in the trucks, they know that they need to tarp or they need to control the litter that comes off into their vehicles.
Okay. And then the 24/7 complaint number, how does the public find that number?
As part of the applicant's conditions of approval, I did get that number from them, and it will be in the conditions of approval. Correct.
Okay. All right, and then one last question here for County Council. So we got the response that was done as part of the referral for comments from FAA with no objections to the project, and then we got the subsequent letter from FAA that raised objections apparently based on a previous project, which was different from this one. So which letter is the one that we should give priority to?
Both of the letters, I think what you're addressing is the August 22nd, 2019 letter from Brian Armstrong.
Right.
Is that the one that you refer to as the one based on the prior?
Right.
Okay. That letter does reference this specific project and the smaller expansion. So I don't know that it's fair to characterize that letter as being based on the prior project. Although the discussion in the letter is principally about recites what was seen on the prior project. So I think that letter in itself has some ambiguity and some conflict within it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I've spent 3 years as a supervisor, and I spent 8 years as a planning commissioner, and I've heard several of these arguments, and a lot of it from the Farm Bureau. And I respect the Farm Bureau. My dad was a farmer, and I grew up on a farm, and there's going to be litter. I understand that. But I can tell you that I've done numerous tours of Ford landfill, and they're absolutely they're spotless. They do a great job of cleaning. They always have litter pickers. I have a hard time seeing where the garbage is going unless I see the dump trucks. So they do an incredible job, and I've seen their eagles and killing the birds. So not only they have been model neighbors to our airport, but I've yet to see anybody, their neighbors complaining. I mean, they're always trying to do, something good for the community. They're always out picking up litter. I can see they're installing water filters for their neighbors. So, I mean, for the last 11 years, I've been hearing this, but every time I go out there, it's immaculate. I think they're doing a great job of cleaning their facility and getting rid of the waste that we have in this county. Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to make this relatively brief, although I have a lot of questions, but I don't think it'd make a lot of difference. And requests or in reference to Supervisor Elliott's question of County Council, I would see clearly that the most recent letter would be the appropriate one to draw from. I am a little bit disappointed that since this was rescheduled that we haven't had any follow-up discussion with FAA. Is that true?
There hasn't been any real communication with the FAA because the determination was that the letter itself, Supervisor Nguyen did not raise any new issues, or it was already that wasn't addressed in a supplemental EIR. We did sit down with the airport staff to have a discussion in regards to their concerns, and they didn't see any. And we did talk to the Airport Land Use Commission briefly and extensively, I should say. I wouldn't say briefly, but extensively in regards to their original determination, and they did not change it.
Well, in all deference to the airport director, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and the deputy director, but I would say, for probably the last 5 years, Supervisor Miller and myself have met with FAA, with Deputy Director Elliott, and then recently with Russell, with the FAA, and I think we've worked very hard to get FAA support for our projects, especially for the Stockton Airport, and the Supervisor Patty going back to Chicago and getting the United passenger service enacted, and on the Airport Advisory Commission, which he both and I serve on. I would hate to just dismiss that, and unfortunately from my vantage point, and I'm not certainly as expert as all of the consultants that have been talking up here, I have to deal with what I see, and that's why as far as the extension on the 2017 letter, I wish that was in our package, because that would have allayed any concerns I have about the termination of it. And the other part of it is, there's a lot of talk about, well, the Pilot Association, certainly individuals who've had experience or not had experience with bird strikes, et cetera. When it comes to public safety, I'm not willing to throw caution in the wind and say, well, based upon this person or that person. I have to rely on probably the wider range of knowledge, which I think the Pilot Association would certainly weigh in. So I can say that numbers are great, but nobody can predict the future. We can argue all day about the potential of this particular situation, but the reality is, at some point in time, there may be a mishap if, in fact, even if this project doesn't go through, because, and I don't have any idea, I know the bird study was back in like 1415, we're in 1920, and I don't have any concern about the validity of the pictures that are taken in regards to the birds over the landfill, but there are more than one or two. And I've toured the landfill. I would agree. It's an excellent facility. It has excellent administration. I think they work very hard at making their project certainly meet all the requirements of all the agencies that regulate them. But I do have a concern that in spite of that, and I would say they have a lot of challenges in so many different areas. And I'm always concerned about expanding anything or building something new when what currently exists isn't totally functioning. Because, we have a tendency to go out and expand, which I assume that the construction of this particular expansion may be different than the previous ones. But I also want to say that, waste management is evolving globally. And I had an opportunity last year to visit an incineration facility, and I understand California and their opposition to that. But Spokane, Washington, it was an outstanding facility, and I know there's new technologies, bioreactor and others that are available. And it would seem to me that if we're going to 2036 or 35, that we would start looking at those technologies, because they do release the amount of trash that we put in landfills and do provide some additional benefits, obviously, other than methane gas. So those are some of my concerns. It all boils down to one thing, and whether you believe it or not, I think that the letter from FAA that says that they're concerned about this particular project and the potential for our grants or future grants, is overwhelming. It's the 800-pound gorilla in this discussion. And we can debate all the sundry. And the fact is that they're not adding additional loads, correct? It's 233. Is that the continued number of loads per day that they're talking about? And so there's not an increase in the amount of trash or trucks or whatever. So pretty much it's a status quo. The real big factor, it's another 6 years. And by virtue of that, that's another 6 years that particular facility will be operating with the potential for causing environmental damage, and certainly for the neighbors having to deal with that, as opposed to having a closed facility that would be closed and then obviously not the continued concern that they have. And even after it's closed, there's always the contamination, the aquifer, and all those other things that come in. So I would say that I'm, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world, although, obviously it's up to the fellow supervisors. But I think, until such time as we get some more clarification from FAA and some more certainty in regards to some of the issues that currently exist in regards to water quality and litter control. And I go to Loveless transfer station numerous times, and I get it. I understand the litter problem. But in this particular case, I'm unwilling to enact something that we may regret, because once it's in place, you can't take it back. And there's always opportunities to improve upon a project that would be more conducive to what we're looking for. So I just have some real concerns in regards to this particular project and moving forward. No pun intended. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do serve on the Airport Commission, and I take that responsibility to heart. I appreciate Mr. Wolverine being here as a pilot and sharing. If anybody's going to have a concern, while I understand the Pilot Association has protocols and concerns and their point of view, I'd like to listen to a pilot that flies in and out of the facility and see where those concerns might lie, and apparently not here. So thank you for sharing your experiences at our local airport. It looks like the Falcon program is working because it's mitigated. I've driven, I think 8 or 9 times I drove by over the last 2.5, 3 months. I've driven by at least once a week to look at, and I don't see a bird anywhere. I know there was pictures. I can understand it. I appreciate the Farm Bureau's position coming in. And you guys are making a compelling case for your concerns. But that's my first issue of concern is your concerns. I think a lot of it's not based on fact. I think a lot of it's based on hyperbole. A lot of it I saw in the newspaper. I've got 6 points highlighted here that this is we're going to be expanding landfill. Nope, we're not expanding it. It's infill. So we know we're not expanding. It's not going higher. It's not going wider. It's not going close to the airport. It's just infill. You've got a point in the newspaper concerned about food safety and make sure, and that's a valid concern, but there's not been one single case in all of California yet to date. If it surfaces, we'll have to deal with it and look at it. You've got an issue here and a concern where it talks about landfill will be incompatible with airport safety operations Stockton Airport. That's proven to not be an issue at all. We've got more bird strikes in Sacramento without a landfill than you have in Stockton. You've got, it says right here that if we approve this, we will be losing, you say we'll lose federal funding. That's not a case at all. We got FAA, we got our airport director, everybody said that's not a concern for them. So the grant concern and that overriding burden of what we're going to lose is negated. It's just not there. So, but these are all things you point out in the newspaper that, calling alarm, that making this onus on us supervisors, that if we do this, this is what we're going to be causing. And I just flat out don't agree. Lastly, it says that we're the dumping ground for the rest of California's trash. Are we taking trash from Los Angeles? Are we taking trash from San Diego? Are we taking trash from San Francisco and from Wairika? We're taking trash regionally. Mr. Basso clearly explained that these operate regionally, just like we export hazardous waste elsewhere. So what really strikes me is that I attend the Farm Bureau meetings, and I'm proud to be a member, have been for many years, 10 plus years. And every single meeting, there are meetings and reports from got to be 15 committees, and not one committee report is ever positive where we have all sorts of fantastic cooperation at the state level. You guys are under attack on a regular basis to stay in business. is a miracle in and of itself annually, and I recognize that. I mean, I wait to go to a meeting and go, when's the great news in, collectively they say, we're winning. I would love to be there because I empathize that being in business, and I'm a small business owner. I sign checks every week. I take risks, and I got loans, and I understand the risks that in a small manner I have an understanding for the big magnitude of your guys' issues and concerns. But to me, I feel as though you're here doing exactly what Sacramento state and federal regulators are doing to you. You're here causing concerns that are not fully justified based on the letter that was in the Stockton record and based on what was presented today. And I am certain that for the next 10 hours, we can negotiate back and forth point for point for point. But I've seen a blue ribbon panel of experts brought in at an exceptional expense to address the concerns that have been raised, then the concerns that are put in this newspaper that are, in my opinion, exaggerations, to say it mildly. So you might disagree, and there's going to be people over there that completely disagree with what I have to say, but I'm not getting a lot of foundation in what I'm seeing here. And I empathize with you because you guys are under attack all the time, as I said. So I really feel for you guys and want to support your concerns in your industry in every capacity. But don't come in here with exaggerations. It doesn't suit us. We spent hours, they spent a lot of money, there's a lot of time and resources over here in that end of the room, and these guys are spending money. They're representing their industry at a blue ribbon level, in my opinion. We're not seeing that there's egregious activities going on there and things need to be improved dramatically. In fact, they've hired consultants. Their consultant reports have come in and said, basically, status quo, keep doing what you're doing. So as far as I'm concerned, we've spent 3.5 hours, maybe 4 hours on this, and I really don't think this was justified. I really personally don't think it was justified, in my opinion. So, that's what I have to say on this issue at this time, and I would make a motion if there's no other comments to be said by any other supervisors, but I make a motion to deny the appeal as it stands.
I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I have just a quick question, and I'm going to direct it to our staff here. It appears that a big issue on this, Supervisor Elliott had a lot of questions in regards to the FAA, where they actually stand on this. The Farm Bureau clearly states that wildlife was not considered. It's not part of their letter, and therefore we should not rely on it because we could be placing our grants in jeopardy. We have an expert here who spent 25 years with the FAA who clearly described a process where wildlife was specifically considered on this particular project. In fact, the letter was held up to consider it. My question is, have you seen documentation to that effect? And your position, I want to make sure that we are really clear. Your position is that the FAA did consider this and that we are not, that we will be in compliance with our assurances on our existing grants. We've heard from our airport staff. We've heard from the Airport Land Use Planning Commission. So I want to hear from our staff, because I know you've looked at everything, exactly where you stand on this FAA issue.
Supervisor Miller, under what we've reviewed during the supplemental EIR, it was circulated through various agencies. It went through Cal Recycle, it went through the FAA. There was no original comments that came from the FAA during this circulation of the supplemental EIR. I believe that letter was a last-minute step to try to push the arguments aside that have to deal with the merits of the project. And I believe everything has been covered. I believe we've adequately addressed all issues, environmental impacts. The Planning Commission, they approved the project 5.0. They did a statement of overriding considerations. As staff, I believe we've done our duty to the citizens of San Joaquin County to ensure that if this project moves forward, that we can mitigate all impacts to either less than significant, and in the statement of overriding considerations, it would help and benefit the county.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor. County Council, are we going to need two separate motions on this? One on the appeal and one on the certification?
No, one motion can address both of it, but both items need to be included in that motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, let's clarify the motion then.
So
what language are you looking for?
Thank you. The motion should be to deny the appeal by the San Joaquin Farm Bureau Federation of the Planning Commission's approval of 2018 Ford Landfill Expansion Project and certification of the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, and approve the resolutions for the Forward Landfill Expansion Project and adopt the certification of Supplemental Environmental Impact Report.
That's what I meant to say.
And is that what you meant to second?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, then we have
moved, as stated.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, the appeal is denied. The motion is approved 4-1. Thank you, everybody. I hope everybody feels like they were given the amount of time that they needed to state their cases. This was one of our longer public hearings. So thank you. County Council, yes, first I'll ask, are there any comments from the, final comments from the board that you want to make?
Anybody else? One quick issue.
Okay, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just let me say, looking forward to this next year as your Vice Chair and working with you. I'm certain we're in great hands. One thing I wanted to bring up in this new year, somebody had given me a call and reached out, and maybe to also to some of the other board members, but there was a concern and a discussion about selling water out of county. And I spoke to Mr. Balaji, and in particular, Tracy is a city that may be considering treating wastewater and selling it outside of the county. And I'd like to, as this board, maybe ask County Council if we can bring back some possibilities of what we can do about that. My concern is this: we've got reclamation districts, we have infrastructure, we have all the maintenance and the expense of bringing water through and conveying it here in San Joaquin County, and that to me is a county resource. I think that we should have a first right of refusal for a local interest to maybe retain that water and purchase it. B, not have a long-term contract that would tie or lock that water up going out of the San Joaquin County for an extended period of time. And also, we talked about taxing to help pay for the levies. I wonder if that commodity that was paid for and conveyed here through San Joaquin County, if that's a taxable commodity, that we could recover some of those expenses that we're looking to anticipate for maintaining the infrastructure that we utilize for water delivery. So that's something, Madam Chair, I wanted to bring up, and thought that this something might be something that the County Council could bring back to this board for further discussion.
Okay.
The county does have an existing ordinance that addresses the export of groundwater from outside or to outside the county borders. Mm-hmm. We'll need to dig in on this and get more facts about exactly what it is that Tracy is proposing.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
And just for the record, I had asked Director Balaji to look into that as well. The issue, I think, was more recycled water that was going to be sold.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. County Council, would you like to announce closed session?
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
Okay. Oh, yes. Definitely. Woo. Okay, we're back. County Council?
No announcements coming out of closed session.
All right, we are adjourned until January 28th.